Hello folks, this is NCommander, and here we are with another stream, and once again, the background music is blasting, because I do these so intermittently, I always forget that I have to fix X, and then X goes completely crazy. So, yeah, it's been a while since we've done the last one of these. Today we are going to be looking at a very strange duck. I've recently been getting into Amiga stuff. I've had an Amiga 4000 for a while now, but I've only just recently gotten to the point that we might be able to do work. And can I just get a mic check from the chat? Because, you know, magic. So when I was looking into things, and let's pull up, let's go full screen. Yeah, let's go full screen. Transition. Oh, look, and I'm up in the corner. Wow, things are actually working today. So I discovered that there's actually was a specific version of System V UNIX release 4 for Amiga in 1990. And the thing that kind of gets me, and I spent a little time exploring this off camera, is I believe that this is the same release that Solaris is based off of. Like, if we go to SVR4, no, it was SVR42, I believe was the Solaris one. But this, no, this was the joint project between AT&T and Sun Microsystems. So I installed it in a VM, and it really is like Sun OS. It's a very bizarre experience, and hopefully my computer doesn't completely melt doing this. I'm trying a new way of doing source recording, but if we load up HTOP, if I can open a terminal window where I can find it, you know, it's a very much I'm in danger sort of thing. You know, OBS is using a chill 571% of my CPU power. I've probably got to fiddle with this, but I think it'll be fine for now. Oh, and Chrome is using a, no, I'm just going to close HTOP before I look deeper into that. So, anyway, I was looking into this, and as it turns out, it is possible. It's not easy, but it is possible to run Commodore Amiga Unix in an emulator. I would do this on real hardware, but it only works on a 3000, and on top of that, I need a tape drive, and I would need a keyboard. That is currently why my Amiga's out of action. I still do not have a keyboard for it. So, yeah. So anyway, we're going to make a new configuration. We're just going to run through this entire thing from scratch, and hopefully you can actually see this, because I just realized that's really tiny. Can I zoom this in without breaking anything? Like, maybe? I don't think so. And, oh yes, and one other thing. You may notice in the corner, I have a new banner saying, please support me on Ko-Fi. I am experimenting with that as a new way of getting support for the channel. So consider this a soft launch of that. So, anyway, let's make a new configuration. What we need is these should all be set correctly, and they are. So we need a 3000, and it has to be a 68030. And I'm sorry again if this is a bit small. Let me see if I can do something about that. The problem is the source recording plugin I'm using is just not amazing, but we'll go through that. So chipset is the full EGS. Advanced settings. We have to use a very specific kickstart ROM. It has to be one from a 3000. That is not the right kickstart ROM. I have the right kickstart ROM. Why did it not select it? So it needs to be the specific kickstart ROM. Memory is fine. And then we need the boot disk. And now we need to add a hard drive. Okay. And hopefully, let me take this. If I take this out of studio mode, I think I can resize this. No. Oh, I see why I can't resize this. Hold on. There we go. Now you should be able to see it somewhat better. That should work better. So we need to add a new hard drive. So let's add a hard file. I'm gonna make it 2 gigs. I don't know if we're gonna need that much. Sparse. But there are some things I want to try that we might need a lot of disk space for. Create. We'll say that WinUEI has an interesting interface. The hard drive has to be on SCSI ID 6. Trust me, this was a lot of trial and error I did yesterday to figure this all out. I believe only the Amiga A3000 and the 4000T were the only 2 Amigas that had built-in SCSI. I know there was a Zorro card for it, but I don't believe the Zorro card works on this. Then we need to add a tape drive, and I've already got the tape archive available. The tape drive has to be on the Amiga SCSI bus on ID4. If you don't get that right, it will seemingly work and then fail miserably. And then as far as expansions go, that's fine. I want a network card. An A20, the A2065 Ethernet card should work. Although I've had problems with this. I have tried this in both SF UAE and WinUAE. I can't get it working reliably. I suspect it's a problem with Wine or the slurp code port. I'm going to have to look into it a little bit more specifically. And I think that's everything we're going to need to actually install. We are going to have to deal with getting a graphics adapter set up, but we'll deal with that in a little bit. So I think we can go for it. Let's save a new config, because obviously I'm going to get this wrong in like 6 different ways. And let's see if it fires up. Promising. Okay. Oh, I'm not getting sound. Hold on. There should be a little bit of sound. Oh, that is promising. So we didn't get the Kickstart screen because I forgot to put, I had a disk in the drive. I do want to emulate the sound, the disk drive, because it just adds that little bit. All right, so save. Let's see if we can get if I can get this to behave. So release mouse. Nope. Go back to full screen. Let me go in studio mode so I can just stage this properly. Okay. One of these days, I will have a stream that has no technical hitches, and then I won't know what to do with my life. Alright, so now transition. Okay! Alright, that works. I just need to crop that slightly. So if I just go here, and we can just crop off the bottom. Okay, there we go. Now we're definitely getting somewhere. So the reason I'm using WinUAE is I couldn't get the tape drive to work under FSUAE. It just wouldn't respond properly. I may have been doing something wrong, but I just had no luck with it getting the tape. There is a hacked version of the AMIX installer that can work, but it changes other things that I really don't want it to change. So this is why we're using WinUAE for now. Apparently, at least if I was on Windows proper, I also could get PCAP to work. So, alright. So now that we've got that, I put the disk in. Oh, there we go. And hopefully you can hear the disk sounds. There it is. Unix system release, System 5 release for AT&T Unix Amiga. Copyright Commodore Amiga Inc. Talk about things you don't expect to see. Although I do need to boost the memory because I just noticed it's only 8 megabytes. So one thing that chat brought up in the early things is there was apparently a AMIX 1.1 release, but the install media is broken. So I might take a look at seeing if we could rebuild that. I want to make sure this boots. I'm going to have to go back into settings. It really, really wants 16. Oh, yeah, I should fix... Thank you for the droid cam warning. Nope, I want the other part. Let me get myself back into... Oh, I see what happened. Oh, I'm gonna have to rearrange my windows. Hold on. If I move this over like that, it should be okay. Transition. Sort of. I'm gonna overlay it no matter what I do, aren't I? We'll just live with it. It's fine. There's not that much that happens in the upper right-hand corner. So, yeah, this takes a while. Let's see here. If I... Alright, let me see if I can fix this while this is loading, because this does take quite a while to load. So if I make myself a little smaller, and we move the VM window over like this. There we go. There we go. Cool. So we can probably install on this, and then I'll boost the memory. So let's do 12. We want to do install, and if I did everything right, it will see the tape. If I did everything wrong, it will crash. Okay, so it's the SCSI ID 6. We're not going to dual boot with Workbench. It is possible to dual boot with Workbench. It apparently installs this graphical Workbench UI on startup. I don't think I have the Workbench disks to install it, because on a 3000, it's not just booting off Workbench. You have to install all the disks. You have to install the applications. I don't think I have the Workbench disks happy. I didn't even think about that. Maybe we'll do that in a follow-up, because I have this really stupid idea that I might do with this in the future. Okay, so all that. So root, swap, and boot. Interestingly, that it doesn't really let you do true partitioning. So, yeah, it is actually stealing CPU cycles. I think I can get some back. I think I know what I can do to get some back. Let me turn off the recording of the face cam, because I'm currently recording that as a separate source. And that's probably what's doing it. So if I do that, do I get some CPU cycles back? I do get some CPU cycles back. Oh, that's much better. So we'll do S5. So all right. So this is going to check the partitions, and then we have to cross our fingers that this will actually work. Okay. All right. Cool. So, do we want to do a standard installation, or do we want to install everything on the tape? I did install Portal in case this takes a long time. So, let's ask. So, install base, install everything, custom. What do we do? Do I try? I'm gonna trust you guys that you're not gonna lead me wrong here, and hope. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping. Could be wrong. See, my experience with the Berkeley file system is it's much more likely to corrupt. I mean, we could try using UFS, but I've had better luck with S5 than I have had with UFS in general. And yeah, oh yeah, the co-fly thing is in the way. All right, I will turn off the co-fly thing. It's... At least for this stream, I will turn... or can I move it? You know what? I think I can move it over here. Yeah, there we go. Problem solved. Okay. Yep, I've got the support banner moved. This is the first time I've used the support banner, so... Oh, and transition. There we go. This is the first time I've used the transition, the support banner, so there is still a learning curve. So we're just going to install everything on the tape. I don't know how long this is going to take, but we're going to do it. Okay. So, alright. But yeah, I found some pretty interesting things when I was looking at this earlier. So, yeah. It's going to... Yeah. It's going to be different. Like, one of the big things I've made my resolution for 2022 is to get more serious on building up the content creation stuff. So, basically building up the ability to fundraise, to do more advanced projects. I'm actually working on it. The main reason I have that Amiga 4000 is it's actually a high flyer toaster that I'm restoring. Question mark if I'm actually going to succeed in that, but at least it's been worked on. Amiga of Rochester recapped it for me. We know the high flyer board, the toaster board shows up in system info. The flyer board does not, but that's not entirely unexpected. And until I have a keyboard or keyboard adapter, because it's currently on its way from Poland, it's going to be a while before I can even use it for streams. Plus, I need to deal with all the joy of converting AGA to something a capture card will handle, because I really don't want to be... I try to avoid filming a screen. Like, my current project's trying to get Doom running on AIX, which has been the nightmare of nightmares. It was bad. And, oh yes, and I've got a $10 super chat from Chris M. MacBear, I guess. Thank you for the $10 super chat. If you want, like I said, if you want to support... also support the channel. The Ko-Fi link's directly below. Ko-Fi takes a much smaller cut than YouTube, but the super chats are always welcome because they're easy for most people. I know I've got the status bar cut out. It's still going. The hard drive light is flickering, so this just takes a while to make file systems. Did I say 10 euro? No, it is euro. That's not pounds. Yep. I mean, there are people, mostly Foon, who have run Doom on lots of kids' toys. I actually would wonder... I would do it on Amiga Unix, but when we get it installed, this has the most pathetic install of X11 I've ever seen. It's glorious bad. Yeah. Okay, so if I said dollars, I apologize. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. Oh look, it's retensioning the tape. I think this is the only time I've ever installed Unix from a tape in an emulator, because almost nothing emulates a tape interface. And there we go, installing Amiga Unix essential components. So, Pancake Sparkle, the tape drives need to rewind and retension the tape. Because it did load some utilities off the tape to run the installer, so it has to reseek back to 0 and find the beginning of tape mark. That's the retentioning thing. That's MTR, I believe, is the magic command for that. All these are CPIO archives, so there we go. Okay. So I will answer the question is I have sleep problems. I just couldn't sleep last night. That's really what it boiled down to. I passed out at like 3 in the morning. I was awake at 6, and then I kind of lied in bed until 10. It's like, oh yeah, I've got to do this stream thing. I need to go adult. Okay. Cool. So, all right. CPIO was more common in this era. I never understood why it was more common than tar, except for the fact that a lot of versions of tar choke on long file names. And I will give Amiga Unix this. They include a compiler out of the box. Like, you know, Commodore... I know a lot of people really like Commodore products, but let's be honest, there were some quality issues with Commodore products. And... here, it's, you know, they gave you the compiler. You can do stuff with it. It's not going to be a particularly amazing experience because the specific Amiga for Unix, the 3000UX, I think I found a list price of about $5,000. And this was in an era where the SPARCstation 5 had just come out and was much faster in raw horsepower than Motorola 680XO. I mean, this was in that very awkward era where Motorola chips were just not keeping up competitively, but PowerPC had not really shipped. No, it's alright, spoiler alert, it's GCC. It's GCC 1.4 is what Commodore shipped. And they included the source code to 2. I don't know why they didn't compile it. So, alright, there we go. Yeah, no, it's slow. It's, I believe we're emulating I believe it's a 33 megahertz 68030. And this was in a time period where Motorola was already falling behind the 486 and the Pentium. So, I have absolutely no idea who this proc was for. I don't think it was meant for humans. I don't know. I almost feel like this was Commodore's version of AUX, so they could try and get Amiga bid on for government contracts that, oh, it has to run Unix. Okay. So it's installing shareware and public domain utilities. Well, the thing is, I'd have to compile. I should be able to compile 2 with 1.4. I technically should be able to compile 4.2, because 4.2 is the last one you could compile with a K and C compiler. But 1.4 should be an ANSI C 89 compiler. I do have some binaries available that was made by the surprisingly existent Commodore UNIX community. Although most people seem to install this for all about 3 seconds, and that's that. Yeah. So we will definitely try. I did get network somewhat working. I can at least telnet to the host system as long as I'm in UAE. But I can't get inbound connections to work at all. And again, I actually think that's a problem with Commodore Amiga. It probably doesn't like something about the source IP. And I think we need some better music for this. I think we need like something much more synthwave. Like not so much chip tunes. Let's see here. How's that sound? Okay, I can get around that. Well, Lucy in chat, the thing is that Motorola had incompatible MMUs across their processor line, and they also really hate developers because it's so poorly documented as to be borderline unusable. That was one of the big problems with emulating anything that required an MMU, because Motorola's development documentation was so bad that no one could figure out how it works. I've heard described as, you look at every version of the document that Motorola published, and then you look at all the parts that agree, and you know those are wrong, and all the parts that don't agree, one of them is correct. And if the music's not showing up on stream, let's try that. Here. Okay, support for non-Amiga terminals, because yeah, Dungeon Secret, but this won't run on a 68040. It will panic if we try it. I've tried, it won't. So installing text processing. Like, I still try and figure out why you would ever run, like, what was this product for? Because this came out in 92. Amigas were already on decline, and Commodore was hemorrhaging money when this came out. And realistically speaking, if you're going to buy an Amiga, you were buying it for graphics, and realistically, if you were buying an Amiga for professional work, you were buying it for one thing, and that was a video toaster, or perhaps lightweight. So, and as we will see, the graphical capabilities of Amiga Unix leave much to be desired. So it only worked on 1 or 2 specific versions of Amiga that were very rare. The officially it was only the 3000UX, but it will run on a regular 3000 if you've got the right hardware. It's been shown that it will probably work on a 4000T because that was the only other one with built-in SCSI. If you have a 68030 under the hood. So, yeah. So, I mean, that's really what it boils down to. Is like, Commodore had to have spent quite a lot of money. I mean, the basic Unix at that time was Motorola 680XO based. Sun was still selling Sun 3 systems. I want to say HP was as well, although that would have been at the tail end of that. So the base port wouldn't have been that difficult, and they contracted a company called Unisoft to do it. And I know Unisoft, I like the fact that this does ship with OpenLook. Unisoft also did the port of Unix to the Alpha Lisa. They did a few other ones, but I think they also did Atari Unix. Okay, so OpenLook did just got installed, and it really is OpenLook. It's like, this is like Sun OS, but on Motorola Frio XO. I'd actually be curious if I could take Sun OS binaries from a Sun 3 system, and if they would run here. Like, I wonder if it's actually that close. Because what had happened is that at that point, AT&T was kind of hemorrhaging money. So anyone who wanted could get an AT&T System V license, and they contracted with Sun for System Release version 4 to create the baseline. And then that became Sun OS, that became Commodore UNIX. I believe Atari Unix is the same release. I don't remember what HP Unix was released. They rebased, so I'm not completely sure it's the same thing. Who else is on there? AIX is System Release version 3, so it is actually older than this. Trying to think who else is there. Okay. Yeah, so the 88 line, I would love to look into, but the hardware is bloody unobtainium, for one. There was very few Motorola 8800 systems in existence that ever shipped in any significant form. And honestly, power was already more promising, because from what I've seen from the 88,000 is it did not look like a great design out of the box. I am still losing processor cycles. Let me, hold on. Is HTOP, am I really losing that much? Yeah, no, I am actually maxed out on every single freaking core. Like, really? I am really that far. Hold on. Alright, we've got to get some processor cycles back. We do this. Alright, so, and then if I do transition, does that help? Yes, that does help, actually. So yeah, so, okay, so the problem is that when I tried to render out multiple streams of source footage, it's not going to the GPU, it's all running under the CPU, and I only have 12 cores. Only, he says. So, yeah. The thing is that I built this. So when the pandemic happened, I was literally biking across the United States. I was basically had put everything in storage, bought a bike, flew to Jacksonville with the intent of going all the way to California. And I did actually go about 500 miles when it happened, when I threw it in. And when the first stimulus check arrived, I built what is my current desktop. I had a previous tower, but I wasn't using it, and it was a very early i7. It was very much on its last leg. So I built this as a mid-range system for gaming, not thinking I was going to get into making hour-long edited videos about running Doom on an RS-6000. Hey, look, it's installing GNU Emacs. Okay, so we'll be back in an hour. Should I fire up Portal? So what I've seen about Amiga, and I have no historic. Sorry, it's a 6-core, 12 threads. I apologize. It is 6-core, 12 threads. What was I saying? Something Amiga. Oh, right. I had no historical experience with Amiga. I was, I don't know, 6 or 7 when Commodore finally went poof. And I never saw one as a kid, or I don't remember seeing anyone. And I sort of understand why these machines have as much love for them as they do, but I also, what drives me crazy is that 90% of what people do with these in a vintage computing capacity is they use them for games and nothing else. I mean, you never really see anyone talk about Workbench. There's maybe 1 or 2 videos on YouTube that really talk about the video toaster and anything that is not passing. And the one video that I can think of, I believe it was on a channel called Guru Meditation, is just a very quick overview. They don't really go into the full history of new tech, and they don't even show the flyer, which is what most people can associate with the toaster. Although they do show Lightwave, which is very cool. So, okay. So, all right, it's installing Amiga source code. Look, it's Workbench. There are actually a small... I did take a brief look. I do think small bits of Workbench source code is in there. It's hilarious seeing a lot of Unix source code, and then you have a bunch of stuff in Camel Case, which very clearly came from Intuition, which is the UI stuff that Amiga shipped. So... See, and that's really what it comes down to, Dungeon Seekers. Like, the people that have Amigas had the 500, which was essentially a games machine. Like, it's... I hate, you know, a lot of people, you know, the Commodore 64 was considered a computer, but let's be honest, most people were using it for games. The Amiga 500 was a computer, but most people were using it for games, especially because the 500 was... You had to have... It only had the one disk drive, and you had to hook up an external if you wanted to. I don't even think there's a good way to put a hard drive on one, at least at the time. So my very first involvement with Unix development was I was helping maintain Debian on Motorola 680XO as a learning experience, and I actually pioneered using emulation for build these. We were using Anaram for that, which is an Atari Unix Atari emulator, because as it turns out, Atari's hardware is really easy to take to stupid levels. So the emulator could make a machine way powerful than any actual Atari, and then we could run Linux on top of it, run Debian, and then run that as a buildie that was an order of magnitude faster than any official 680XO. I know there's limitations in Workbench. Kickstart, that it gets unhappy if you clock the system too fast, but apparently Atari is much more flexible in that regard. So, oh god, it's installing the source code for GNU Emacs. I have made a choice. I have made unfortunate life decisions here. And Commodore stuff showing other GNU source code part 1. Yeah, so I sort of understand why a lot of people have a lot of fond memories of Amiga, but I also feel like a lot of those memories get covered by nostalgia. Like, if you've used a Commodore 64 or 128 as someone who grew up using Apple IIs, you really question what the appeal was, because in a lot of ways, the Apple II is a considerably more usable and sane experience because its BASIC was built to use a disk, unlike Commodore, which just reshipped the same BASIC from the 70s. So, the bare metal tech, it's actually a limitation of the tape unit because the system doesn't really know how fast data is coming in over the tape bus. So, like, every time I've seen tape install Unix, it's always like this. Although it could be printing out the files as it reads them out. So, I believe it's near the end, though. When I did the standard Amiga installation, it took about 10 minutes. So, this is probably in the same league, although, I don't know. I mean, if it starts going for much longer, I will load up Portal. We will put it in the corner, and we will keep going. Amiga was essentially the consumer version of a Silicon graphics system. It's actually the best way I consider it, because Silicon Graphics was the very expensive, very cool, very powerful dual-worthy machine for doing multimedia anything. And Amiga could come close, if not surpass, Silicon Graphics offerings at the time. I mean, Babylon 5 was one of the greatest sci-fi shows, with CGI that actually holds up to this day, was entirely animated on Amigas with Lightwave, which really should tell you on how good, how much that managed to compete with Silicon Graphics. It was GLES or GL Iris at that time. It wasn't OpenGL at that point. So, yeah. The Amiga's graphics controller does a lot of voodoo behind the scenes to let it do things it shouldn't be able to do. That's kind of how ham mode, which is 4096 colors, work. But I do suspect that Commodore would have run into issues, because certain aspects of Workbench and the hardware design I don't think would have modernized very well. And I know when Hyperion took over Amiga, they had to rewrite a lot of the operating system to do multitasking. Like, there's a big reason why Workbench 4, which is the PowerPC one done by Hyperion, is so different from 3. So, let's see. See, I had a Genesis and a PlayStation as my early consoles, or Mega Drive for those of you who are in Europe. Jack, I can see you. So definitely. We are going to try and get X working. Try is going to be the operative word here. I did get it working earlier, although it's very much a questionable. I have actually had UAE go down in flames when trying to run X. So as soon as this is done, we are backing up the hard drive, because old Unix doesn't do disk things well. Yes. This is X11R5. It's actually, they also shipped the source code to R4. I actually think I should not have done everything on the tape install, because we don't need all this source code. We could have installed it later. Hey, Amiga of Rochester, you missed the shout out to you earlier. Yes. Yeah, I know, it's going to install the X source code. I don't really want to recompile X. There are some things in life that are just not worth doing. But I will say it's pretty awesome that Commodore Amiga... You're actually thinking about that. If it's Commodore Amiga branding, was this done after Commodore spat Amiga back out? Because the company had a very strange history. Let's see here. No, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe I'm thinking of TOS. I am not an expert on Amiga. It's very much something I want to learn. But I am not a Workbench expert. I've never even built a Hello World program for it. Mostly because I haven't had the hardware for it. And it's only because I got the video toaster that I finally got the interest to take a more deep work. Yep. So, the biggest thing is that I did try... So, this comes with OpenLook as the desktop environment. I'm thinking I want to try and get NetHack going. And apparently there is a lost release of AMIX where their files are available, but we don't have install media. So we may take a look at that either. But I think the goal for this stream, we could try to compile bash, but then we'd have to port NeoFetch. Because NeoFetch won't know what to do with Amiga Unix. Like, we could try it. Let's throw the old poll down. What to do? NetHack, NeoFetch. What else do I want? I mean, some of these we could do as a follow-up stream. So, yeah. Dungeon Seeker, we never figured out what caused the upside down sort thing. Okay, so let's see here. I mean, technically, you could probably get SDL to build on Amiga. No, Brain. Walk away. Don't go there. Don't go there. Bash NeoFetch is winning out, surprisingly. I'm a little surprised that is the winner. I don't think we've got enough horses to run it. Even with the high resolution core, let's see here. What are we split between? Yeah, I'm seeing a pretty clear winner here by a lot. Although I kind of split the ticket. Well, it's not a real Amiga. It's an emulated Amiga, and it's just picking up the background audio. Like, you're hearing the UAE's fake floppy drive sound, which honestly does add a lot. I kind of wish it has the sound of a tape drive, but let's be honest, there's not a lot of people who are really emulating a tape drive on an Amiga, unless you're doing something like this. And yeah, there was some regret installing all the source code. It's fine. This is fine. Well, okay. The thing is that if we do NeoFetch, we're going to have to port over a few other... We're going to have to make code modifications to NeoFetch to do it. It's not going to just be we get it kicked over and it works. Plus, we're going to have to compile bash. And honestly, I could probably build a cross-compiler faster and then cross-compile bash than it will take to build bash natively. In fact, we might even try that because I think it'd be funny. So, okay. UAE does have a boost mode, doesn't it? Actually, yeah, doesn't this have a boost mode? Let me, it may only, it may not be in the base one, but I also like keeping this in the original speed. I'm just seeing if there's a, boost mode button. Let's see here. Not seeing a boost mode. Someone will probably be able to tell me where it is, because there's probably enough people who like run Amiga on a regular basis. Oh, that's bad. That was bad. Did I accidentally eject the disk? What happened? I hit F12 to pull the settings menu up. And I think it broke it. No! Don't tell me we're going to have to do that again. Oh! I literally just pulled up the settings menu and apparently it broke the timing on the floppy drive. Can I control C? Chat, let's get some Fs. That's install attempt 1 failure. Oh, that is lame. I did tell you that there were some problems with this. I can't believe that. I can't believe that just happened. We're doing a minimum install this time. We can install the other packages as we need them. I can't believe that just happened. Really? How does that break the... This is fine. That was a certified NCommander moment. Go clip it. It's not even a real system. This reminds me of when I caused a memory failure check in an emulated PC Junior, because apparently I'm really talented at emulating old system errors. I do want 16 megs. I have to mess with the config to do it. I just want to get installed. There was mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. If it fails a second time, we're going to use the one I installed earlier. Apparently, it's taken us 46 minutes to just install Amiga Unix. That's fine. If you've enjoyed this content, consider liking and subscribing. If you really enjoy this content, consider supporting me on Ko-Fi or Patreon with the links in the description. If you want to see more NCommander pain, press F in chat now. No, the problem is that the Amiga is just really not well suited for running Unix. It can do it. It's not going to do it well. Alright, let's do install, the installation tape. I can't believe that I can't believe that happened. Okay, we're just going to use that. It will format. We'll do S5. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world, because when I used to work at old day job, I had to debug OpenOffice on ARM, and that was a 7-day build time, and I did occasionally Control-C it at the wrong moment. Yeah, that was an NCommander moment. I've heard that there are problems with the Zorro bus, that it's bandwidth starved. I don't know if that's true or not, because, again, I don't know enough about the system architecture. From what I've seen, the Zorro is basically directly connected to the Motorola 680XO data lines, but the processor itself is not what I'd call a particular powerhouse, but that would mean that excessive activity on the Zorro bus would actually steal processor cycles. So, well, we've built OpenOffice.ARM on Motorola 680XO. I mean, it only took a month. Strangely enough, I now have a PowerPC system with genuine ISA slots inside. So now I kind of want to put a snark barker in it. Yeah. But I mean, Commodore Amiga started at a really good place. And then it did not go very well. I mean, what really scared me, and I'm not going to pull it out on camera because I don't want to do that to myself, is that in the 4000, the hard drive is a structural support member because it's sitting in a bracket that helps keep the riser board for the Zorro bus in place. As like, who in their right mind designed this thing? I mean, if I ever get a 3000, I would probably redo this stream on real hardware, because I know I would just need a quick 150 drive, and those are still somewhat affordable on eBay. I don't need the actual Commodore one, although finding a graphics adapter would be interesting. So, NJ Road fan, mine is a high flyer one, so it has an additional fan in there, and I will probably replace the original Amiga PSU with an ATX one that runs cooler. I believe I did check the fan. It is blowing in the right direction, because that is a problem on some 4000s, that the PSU fan was installed backwards, so it blew the hot air into the case because Commodore. Yeah. So the thing is that Amiga Unix only supports the 3000's built-in SCSI. The one that's on the SCSI Zorro card, I believe, is different and doesn't actually work, although I'm not certain about that. It is possible to build new drivers into it. I mean, I've done this before. I have an unreleased video where I got Unix working on, which is in 8088 Unix, working on my compact portable. I never released the video because at that time I was going to need a lot more animation than what I was capable of doing. I've learned Blender from my more recent works to some extent. I'm not going to call myself a good 3D modeler, not in the slightest. But it's a project that I will come back to at some point, because I have it fully done, but I had to write an entire disk driver, I had to debug the MMU, it was a lot of things that had to be done. So if I could get an Amiga 3000, or even a second 4000 with a 38030, I would consider it, but I need a kickstart ROM that could boot off that device. Well, the video toaster is in the video slot. The flyer card is plugged into the Zorro bus, but I think it's only getting power off it. I don't think it's actually there. So, yeah. I'm not going to try and emulate the video toaster. My goal with my video toaster is I want to get it restored to full working condition. I want to be able to turn it into an actual museum piece, and I want to have a good YouTube documentary on the whole thing. I haven't made a decision on doing this yet, but I have debated doing a Kickstarter to try and help get funding, because I'm already pretty deep in the hole getting that machine to the point that it can run Workbench. Going the full mile and getting the full toaster operational is going to be few hundred to a few $1,000, depending on how much I want to go into it. If I wanted a fully period accurate setup, I would need an Amiga RGB monitor. I would need 2 video tape in devices, probably I could probably get away with VHS, although Betamax would probably give better quality. I need an output device, and I probably need something like a BVM editing monitor if I wanted to go with a complete period correct setup. And then I'd also need to track down 3 compatible high flyer SCSI drives. Now those will work with normal SCSI ones, but I've heard that the flyer card is amazingly temperamental on what drives will or will not work, and a raw SCSI and a blue SCSI will not work because they are not fast enough. So, I've actually done a fair bit with Xenix in the past. It was pre-YouTube era, but I have reconstructed lost versions of Xenix before. So it's something I might cover in a later video. I don't know if I really want to go back into it because I don't hugely enjoy redoing my old projects, although I have been thinking about going back and redoing my Darwin Rebuild series, because a few years ago the Apple source code release for Darwin 0.1 and 0.3, which relate to Next Step instead of Aqua, they correspond to macOS 10 Server 1.0, surfaced, and with help of NeoZed from Virtual Fun, we actually did manage to compile the whole thing. It was not easy, but we did manage to compile it, and I've been debating looking back into that, so we will see. Yeah, Honda Tube, I agree for LCD, that's probably the way to go. Yeah, see, look, we did a minimal install, and it's already done reading the tape. See how much faster that was? So now we should be ready to reboot. So, fingers crossed. Yeah. So I'm definitely figuring out. I will reach out to Cathoid Ray Dude when I've got the toaster fully up and, well, let me rephrase that. When the toaster is at the point that it can get to work is usable. All right. So let us actually let's do the reboot. Restart. Start. Okay. So now we should be booting off the hard drive. Okay, cool. What's the node name of this machine? I'm just going to go with Amiga. We can change this later. I do like that it has a .uucp, which really shows you how much they thought these people were going to be putting network cards in these things. We do want to create a host file. So this machine is 015. The other machine is Absolution, because that's the desktop, and that's going to be 2. We are in Eastern, which is the default. I'm not even going to bother try setting the clock. I don't want to assign passwords. I don't want to set the guest. I will make a non-root user, but we're not going to use it. Okay. We're going to come back to this question where it says using high resolution monitor, because I want to show you what happens when you don't. It's funny. We're not going to use a color graphics card, which should be a really concerning question considering what Amiga is known for. We're not going to do net news, and we are going to accept these settings. Oh, no. Let's see here. Nope. System is coming up. And there we go. I don't know why the color scheme changes like that, but it does. So let's sign into the system. And I'm just going to shut it down so I can back up the hard drive. Because I don't want to reinstall this. Like, if it dies, I really don't want to reinstall this. So let's... Alright, hold on 1 second. Alright, so transition... So now we're back to full screen. So let's, where did I put the hard drive? Like, actually, that is a good question. Where is the hard drive? Why is it there? It's like the worst place. C users. Damn it. I should have checked that. That's a little annoying. All right, I want to move that hard drive to somewhere less annoying. So this would be in .wine. Let's see here. Because we're running WinUIE. How do I get this to go? Yeah, screw it. I'm just gonna do this from the command line. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna be less pain. Why am I making myself suffer unnecessarily? Oh no, I know why I'm making myself suffer. It's because it entertains people on the interwebs. Alright, Amiga files, WinUAE, Xreal, backup. Wait for that to copy, and then just out of curiosity, how much space are you guys actually taking up? You're taking up the whole thing, so I actually need to remember to delete these when I'm done with them. I thought I made these as sparse images. Okay. Alright, so let's go back into WinUE. Let's go back to VM view. And actually, hold on. Before we do that, let me increase the amount of RAM we've got on the system, which would be fast RAM. And we can... 16 is the limit on Amiga Unix, so we are going to go with 16. Apparently, that wasn't what I was trying to do. Okay, so let's try that again. RAM, fast RAM, 16. Start. Oh no, that's the wrong VM. Let's try the other VM. This is fine. This is all fine. There's no problems here. Everything is okay. This is fine. Load. Please don't blow up. 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 Let's see here. I just want to check one other thing. And actually, here, let me bring full screen so I can you guys can see what I'm doing. So I need to add some expansion boards. We need to add the network adapter. So we're going to need to enable in network mode like that. The open ports will not work, unfortunately. It's apparently a wine problem, but I'm not certain as to exactly. I believe that's the only one I need to add right at this moment. We're going to have to add a color board, but I want to show you guys what happens when you don't. So save and start. This is not the kickstart I was expecting. Why is it running that ROM? Oh, I see what's happening. It's auto-selecting a different ROM for whatever reason. All right, save, restart, start. Am I going to have to fix that manually every time? Because that is really irritating. Come on. We got it to work once, and now you're going to be like... Well, we've upgraded the ROM. We're now at 2.0. We can do this. Okay. Let's see here. Kickstart. I mean, I have the right kickstart ROM. Why is it doing this? Save. Is it doing something? Well, that's the right kickstart ROM. Now it's not seeing the hard drive. Because that's free one. I mean, at least it looks nice. Hardware info. Let's see here. What went wrong? So, hard drive's out. Apparently, we didn't save the. I didn't save the settings properly because the hard drive's not here. All right, so let's try re-adding the hard drive. So you need to be SCSI on ID 6. And we need to re-add the tape. Because we will need it again. On 4. Like that. Alright. Save. Reset. Please work. Yes! Okay, there we go. It lives. It lives. That was really annoying. Sorry, let me catch up on chat here. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, when you don't have like a million services to start right at the beginning, it's not all that bad. But I mean, this is something. So anyway, now that we're back in here, and you know, my mouse cursor, of course, is not showing up in the VM. We're not even in. Hold on. Let's bring that back. There we go. Is my mouse cursor showing up now? Okay, my mouse cursor isn't showing up. But if you look at the login banner, how it says System Release 4.0, I mean, that's very SunOS-like. If we do a uname A, I mean, it just, I'm reminded of SunOS. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. They're all cut from the same, you know, right from the beginning. But yeah, the Amiga IP has been a very complex thing. So we do have GCC. we have GCC 1.4, 1.40, which I actually think predates x86 support added to GCC. But you know what? Let's try doing a hello world. Just hold on, where are we? Let's add a root folder. Let's see here. So let's do a hello world. So this would be void for this era. Printf hello from Amiga Unix. And of course I can't tab complete because this is a few years before that. Let's see if this compiler actually works. Is my backspace key broken? Well, the compiler works. The compiler works. The original architecture, I want to say it was VAX, although it may have been PDP-11. I want to say it was VAX was the original one. So we have a working compiler. Do you guys want to see what happens when we start X? Because it's hilarious in a this is really sad sort of way. So you can't do it with the standard command because bad things will happen. But let's see here. I think chat's command going to want to see what happens with X. All right, let me show you what Amiga graphics are capable of. Dash. Okay, so it's going to set up open look. And then there was a bus error, and I think it just crashed. What? Oh, you know what? I probably have to install more bits. Let me load. What is it? AMIX package? Yeah, it's AMIX package. We probably, yeah. Okay, we have to install more bits of the system. So, okay, I was a little premature with trying to install X. So I think we need X core, X basic, O core, extras, X dev. And we also want conf games. That might be enough. I'm going to grab cdev while we're here and net. Alright, so that should do it. Go. Okay. Actually, I should probably install Emacs because I might want actual editor, but we can come back for that. I should actually see what's in that BSD package, although I don't mind the System V utilities. I really don't. I am going to, however, step away from keyboard while this installs, so I'll be back in a few... give me about a minute, and then I will be right back. So enjoy the music, and talk amongst yourselves, and take a guess on how long this is going to take to install. Oh, I'm back, and I never successfully turned off my camera. Okay, well, doesn't matter. Alright, so apparently the Cult of the Lamp hasn't blown up. So, wow, this is taking its time. You'd think it'd be printing out messages as it goes, so we're only installing about 40 megabytes. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Unix system, and I know this, because, yes, of course I have to do the meme. I'm sorry, I had to do the meme, but, again, why would you want to run a Unix on an Amiga? Atari, I understand it a little better, because the Atari TT, which was the only one that Atari ever supported Unix on, was marketed at the workstation space. It supported a very high resolution DPI screen, and it was basically built for desktop publishing. So I understand that a little more, although Atari Unix also seems like it was I almost feel like Commodore said, we'll support Unix, and then the other one decided, hey, we'll support Unix too, because that was how Atari and Commodore was back in the day. OLDev is OpenLookDev. So I do need, I want X. I want to be able to run more than one shell session. We don't have Bash. I believe this is Corn Shell is what we're currently using. And Bash would be nice. You know, just say. Okay, oh, done reading tape. Alright, so... Oh, you know, it also helps if you don't try typing into the other window. So do I have a Start X now? I don't have a Start X. If I... Oh, it's not Start X, it's Xint in this version. Yeah, okay. So now we've got all that installed. Let's try this again. Let's try OLint. Why is that a bus error? Alright, fine. Can I do that? Oh, it's just not liking that. Did I do something wrong with the config? Let's see here. Configure X for a color graphics adapter. Maybe I... See, let's see here. So no color card. Quit. Because if I type Xint now, it's going to go really seizure-inducing. Alright, folks. I'm going to give a seizure warning on this, because I will show you what this does. But it's not... But if you are photosensitive, look away in 3, 2, 1... Oh, okay. So apparently it only does the seizure-inducing thing if I've got a color graphics adapter in there. Oh, but... Okay, so I've got X. I'd like the rest of X, please. There's one. I think if I just type exit... Yeah. Let me try... OLint. Because I was playing this earlier, so this should start OpenLook. Yeah, that was underwhelming, but I just wanted to show you what X looks like out of the box. You might notice that there's something missing. Like, I don't know, does anyone in chat want to take a guess of what might or might not be missing? I'll give you a hint. It starts with C. Yeah, I when I tried this earlier, it broke, but I realized because I don't have any color graphics adapter, you know, even though the Amiga was well known for it. Let's see here. We can get the eyes. The eyes should be here. Is it under miscellaneous? Like, you'd think that there would be some color, wouldn't there? Let's see here. Let's see if... I'm actually curious. Is X eyes here? Hey, look, the eyes. And look, they're actually lagging. Yeah. So, I do kind of want to put some color in my life. I also, let me see if we have working network. Can we talk to... You can talk to. Okay, cool. That means I'll be able to copy files across. So, no. So if you want color on Amiga Unix, you had to have a specific color graphics adapter. Out of the box, it only supported, let's see here, AMIX, admin... I can type. We'll say it looks much nicer like this. These are the only graphics cards it was supported. The A2410 is apparently unobtainium, as are these other two. Okay. I believe it's there are issues that make it very hard to use the stock Amiga graphics adapter in such a way that could do color at a decent resolution. I guess it's mostly because you would need something like cam mode to run X reasonably. But we could put a color. Do we want to add some color to this? We can add a color graphics adapter. I believe. What happens when? Let's see. What happens when you hit other? Yeah, no. Other is an ominous option. We're not going to do that. So let's shut down. It's not even shut down. I think it's just halt in this version. Halt. And when it stops, we can then drop in a color card. So the Picasso card does not officially work under Amiga Unix. Someone amazingly wrote a driver for it. But to use a Picasso card, you have to copy the files in and then relink the kernel and then recompile X. It's not a trivial undertaking. Can I have my mouse back, please? Yes, thank you. All right, so let's go back to full screen view. All right, so let's pull up F12. Let's throw in a color graphics adapter. I forget where that. I believe that's here. Yeah, 4110 slot 1. And then, yeah, I think that's all we have to do. So we can save it, load it, and then reset it. All right, well, that was easy enough. And I realize I'm not used to using studio mode, so that completely failed to change anything, but okay. This is fine. Here. Okay. I mean, you can do a lot with black and just a 2-bit panel. So now that we've got a graphics card in here, we need to reconfigure X. And then you have to do this with the Taiga thing, and if I did it right, thinking about it. It's a bit laggy. Well, it loaded. I would think that there should be some more color here. I mean, at least it's in a higher resolution. And the mouse cursor is... Oh, look, no, there is color. There is color here. Let me hit reset to factory button. Color! This is the Stream Beats. This is the Stream Beats collection for music. Okay, there we go. There is life here. Cool. And I gotta say, I love OpenLook, although it looks really weird in blue. Yeah, I'm used to OpenLook being in... oh, hold on. There we go. I'm used to OpenLook being in gray. Folks, if I've had a stream oops and I forget to change the scene, Please tell me. So we have the clock. Oh, let's get the eyes out. Maybe they'll lag less now that we have an actual graphics adapter. God, look, there's actual fonts. We're using a 2410 Commodore graphics thing. Do you really want me to radioactive hot dog open look? You monsters. Do you really, really want me to do that? Because the... No, hold on. If I'm going to facepalm, I'm going to facepalm properly and at the camera. You know, the radioactive hot dog was a meme because we were installing OS2 for every version because I had lost my mind. And I was sleep deprived, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. And yet, you would defile the sanctity of OpenLook to turn it into a hot dog. You know, I started this YouTube to do good things in the world, and I'm regretting my life decisions. Okay, we will. I'll radioactive hot dog open look. No, I don't have to edit X resources. They have a nice program for doing this. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. How radioactive do we want? So we want a bright neon pink for the window bar. Let's go with yellow for the buttons. Can we get a brighter yellow than that? And let's see here. Can we get a nice bright green like that? And then I'm actually going to just make this white so I can read it. Oh! Folks, I'm really hoping you guys are just going to support me on Patreon or Ko-fi. What have I done? Oh, actually, I believe Xsurf is installed. Can we make it worse? Like, I almost wonder, like, we should maybe make the text color be not brown. I actually do need to use it. Oh. What have I done? All right. Toxic, thank you for the $10 super chat. I don't know if it makes up for this. But this is fine. This is entirely fine. Yeah, let's so I'm curious. So it did install games. What? They ship NetHack. Are you kidding? Commodore, okay, Commodore shipped NetHack. Why did they ship NetHack and not Rogue? I think I'm going to take it out of Radioactive Hot Dog, but I think I can save this. So here, let's find a color scheme that's less melty. Let's see, let's apply this one. How's this one look? Oh, I like that. I like that. So, but why would you ship NetHack and not Rogue? Commodore beat me to the punch 30 years earlier. Okay, I do want to see what other color schemes are. I'm sorry. I know. Apparently, I get really distracted by this, but I do really. I used to like this was one of my big things back in the good old days of. I don't. Industrial Blight. Yeah, you know that's springtime in New Jersey. Yeah, no, that's actually accurately named Springtime in New Jersey. I feel really called out by that. Let's see here. Yeah, I see here. Apparently there are more choices. Let's see here. I think we're gonna go with sunny. Sunny Day's not bad. I think I like. No, Ocean View's a little too bright. That is a little bit too radioactive. Hot dog. Where was that really nice one we were using? Like, wow, half of these just suck. I shouldn't just be like clicking here, going through this constantly, but I am. Wow, that is just, ow. Oh, that one actually hurts my eyes. Okay. Forrest, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, there's been some things, but I'm hoping to stream a little bit more regularly. I think it was Two-Tone Sky. No, that wasn't the one. I think maybe we'll go with Industrial Blight. Because that's kind of what CDE... No, that's... I really don't like that. We had that perfectly usable, nice color, and then I lost it. Spring Meadow, Sunny Day. Was it Steelhead? Oh yeah, okay. I can get behind this. Okay, there we go. So, what we've learned here is that to make Amiga Advanced Graphics work for anything that's not a game, you need expensive hardware that makes it less of a game. Why the hell? Why is NetHack here? And did they actually ship a top 10 file? That was probably they shipped Dungeon. Yeah, that is Dungeon. That's a Fortran version of Dungeon. My God, that's an old one. That's the mainframe version of Zork. I don't even know where they would have gotten that. And then Adventure. And, WWW2, thank you for the support on CoFly. I'm hoping that notification actually showed up. And it did. Yes, that actually works. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so there are actual games. So if you want to play the greatest text adventures known to mankind on Amiga, just install Unix. I'm almost surprised, like, Wampus is not here. Let's see what else we've got here. I just want to explore and see what's in the Amiga folder. What's in the Amiga source folder? Nothing. Okay, that was bunch of Amiga package. Nothing here that seems really interesting. Although the NTSC and PAL commands are curious. We have SL attached. That's for SLIP networking. And Elf to Cough, that was probably like some sort of internal Commodore tool. Yeah, it's not, they did not customize this heavily, let me tell you that. Alright, so the only other thing I can think of is let's get the file managers. I know they included a lot of the kernel source code on it. Let's take a brief look before we try and do bash. Source. Oh, no, that would be sys. I mean, it's like it probably is not coming across on camera, but it is lagging somewhat. But I mean, Commodore. I mean, look at this. Commodore actually included a bunch of the source code for this. I mean, copyright 1991 Commodore business machines, and you can definitely tell that's not Unix source code because they used camel case. I mean, some of this probably came right out of Workbench directly. Or I guess Intuition was the ROM part, because this looks like parts of the ROM bootloader, like elf to boot. This is the right time period for that. A bunch of assembly files. Like if we open this one. Yeah. Copyright Amiga. Oh, this should have Perl. What version of Perl do we have on here? Like, is it a version of Perl that is old enough to drink? We do have Perl. It's Perl 4. It's actually newer than I expected it to be. I mean, there are pre-compiled versions of Bash, but screw it. We're going to compile our own. We are going to compile our own. So now we need to get files in. And if we have working networking, I have a horrible idea on how to do this. So let's go full screen. And let's bring you over here. And let us see if this will work. Do we have RSH? We do have RSH. So if I was to let me grab the host files. I want local. I think I have to do localhost, or I think it's Amiga. I want to use MC Stream because I'm logged in as a stream user. So let's see if that will actually work. MC Stream to LS unknown host. Does it have to be a host name? It does have to be a host name. I should have login running, because I do keep it. Yeah, I do have login running. All right, so how am I going to get files in? And that looks like it's crashed. RSH 235 74. Well, that killed the entire terminal, which was not what I intended to do, but okay, I'll take that. Is it still running that in the background as a zombie? No, it is not. So how am I going to get files over? I've tried to use NFS before, and it just completely hung last time. I don't think using an FTP server would work because do we even have an FTP client? We do have an FTP client. VSFTP should be viable. Let's see here. Apparently, I already have it installed. Do I really have an FTP client installed on this machine? I'm gonna have to go run mmap after my stream. Yeah, okay. So apparently, I have an NF. Okay then. Illegal port command. I don't think. Can I do port help? I probably have to enable active FTP. It's probably too old. Do I have... Yeah, I do. Able local. Let's see here, run standalone. I can fix this. Alright, I'm just going to drag this to the other window because I have to look for my system config files just to figure out. I set this up ages ago for something and I don't remember what. I don't want to accidentally like post an IP address in the main window because that just gets really annoying. So why is it complaining? Okay. So illegal port command, use port or passive first. Syslog. So, and this system got the rlogin request. Let me try that again. Hold on. Quit rlogin MC stream app solution. Yeah, I mean it is talking. I think there's something more seriously wrong here, but let me go into hosts and let me just add Amiga to the localhost username. Or it would be Amiga UUCP actually, wouldn't it? Okay. The thing is that I'm limited to running. This is not PCAP, so although it should be able to talk to any machine on my network, I don't. I have a thought. EF rlogin. Login. Kill 94. Okay. If I were to... I mean, I could fire up the RS6000. That would almost certainly be more compatible. Let me try this. 147. Oh, it doesn't have a route. Add default 12... No, it would be 0022... 0 because it needs a metric. Don't think it is talking to the outside world. Yeah, no, it's definitely not talking to the outside world. I mean, I could just make more tape files. I'm going to try port neofetch, but we need to be able to get files in and out. That's kind of going to be a big thing that we have to do. And once again, we've managed to hang. Or, it's interesting. Anything that accesses the network stack seems to, like, hang it. Okay, there we go. Let me clear out this terminal. Let's see here. What is something I can reach on my network? Are you actually able to talk? Yeah, so you can't actually talk to anything on my network. And I feel like Control C is not even getting across. Because I have to keep doing this. Which makes me think, hold on. Which makes me think there's something weird with the keyboard mappings. We are, Callie, we are in Amiga Unix. This is Amiga Unix. I just have the graphical interface running. Well, there are all my Control C's. Let me just try Xterm. Maybe Xterm is less broken. I mean, I doubt it, but insufficient resources. Are we out of memory? Are you kidding me? I think it broke. All right, hold on. Let's shut down X and restart. And oh, please do not crash. I've had this crash when running X. I think it just locked up. Check. Let's get some Fs that we've had X crashed. It probably has a resource leak from all the times we changed the colors. This is fine. This is perfect. There's nothing wrong with this picture. Alright. On the plus side, we know it wasn't doing anything when it crashed because the disk screw up command is not changing things. Okay. Yeah, and 16 megabytes is the limit for Amiga Unix. I gotta figure out. I'm trying to think. Like, if I could telnet into the box, because I was trying to get that to work the other day, and I could not get it to work to save my life. It would be easier. Oh, and the emulator just tapped out. I just got crash detected mini dump. So WinUEE just crashed while the VM. This is starting to get recursive. Oh, not again! Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? Hold on. Let me get this sorted. Start maybe, please? No, I think it crashed when it tried to restart the system. Look, it didn't actually throw an error there, so it probably tried this triple halt or whatever the Amiga equivalent is, and then blew up. Okay. And I am going to live dangerously. We are going back into graphics mode. I'll do the fail counter if it keeps going up. Let's see. So that was a thing that happened. I mean, there are ways I can get files in here. I would like something less painful. I mean, look, now we have a working Xterm. I have an Xterm I can even control C in. So, you know, this is an improvement. I'll take this. So if I do a 147, network unreachable. So let me check the manual page for route. I want to add a default route. Destination gateway. Alright, there is, like I said, there is a wiki page about this, so why don't I just read the damn manual? Because the manual will tell me all I need to know. I know this supports NFS, but I couldn't get it to work when I tried it. Let's see here. Networking with Amiga Unix. And then this talks about installing the DNS drivers. Because apparently DNS was not a thing that came out of the box. So route add default 10... Oh, wrong window. Route add default 10.02.21. And then... I don't know, can you talk to my router? You can talk to my router. Okay, so now you can talk to the outside world. So if I was to do, say, that. If I gave it the right password, it might help. Let's see here. MC stream. Hold on. Let me try something. There is a possibility that this is actually working. Like, if I do a get our hosts, I get a legal port command. That is really bizarre. That should, I mean, this should work. Maybe I just need to use a different FTP server? iHeartMac, not at the moment, but I might do one in the future. Those streams took a lot out of me, so for the moment, let's see here. I mean, we could try NFS. It's probably a really bad idea, but we could try it. I believe the only thing I have in the shares file, though, at the moment. Mount. Like, there's no possible way this is going to work. I believe AIX is the only thing I've got in the shares folder right now, but mount NFS 120.1247 show mount point does not exist. Oh, because I went mount app solutions. Because of course I can't talk. No way. That did not. No. I refuse to accept that that actually worked. I refuse to accept that worked. No. No. That was not that was not a thing that worked. That was not a thing that worked. This was a bunch of stuff that I did for AIX. I do want to unmount. I want to do a different folder if we're going to do that, because I don't want that folder getting screwed up if something breaks. That was a thing that happened. Alright, so let me create a new... I'll actually leave it on the other one. Let me create a new export. Let me just create a new home for this, so we can put files and do stuff. Let's see here. We want to go into exports. What do I want to share? Alright. The only reason I'm not doing this on screen is, like I said, I don't want to accidentally leak parts of my network config. So I think I'm going to make a new folder, Amiga share. Alright, let's see if we can mount that one. NFS. You know, I wonder if the reason why it didn't work when I tried this before was a routing table problem. That entirely could be the case. Amiga share mount app solution. So mount app solution. And then let me just like copy the password file here and let's see if it shows up on the host system. So if we go to full screen view, and we go to the retro folder, Amiga. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I like that. Damon, things that go bump. So, that was a thing. I don't know how we got NFS working on Amiga Unix, but we did. Like, that entirely should not be a thing that works. I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. Is my logo frozen on this screen? Just curious. Like, oh, it must have reached its end because it's a loop. All right. I'll be back in a moment, and then we will start on getting bash going. So, and that is not the window you're supposed to be attached to. You're supposed to be attached there. So, be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, the streamer is back and still struggling to deal with the fact that that worked. Because that... I mean... hold on, that was not the window I intended to switch to. There we go. Why does that work? Alright, I do want to change these colors a little bit. I think the blue and black is just a little bit hard on my eyes. So, let's... Wait, no, this is probably how we broke it before. Because... no... Just close this one. Yeah, dismiss. If I open this terminal... But I can't control C in this terminal. Why can I control C in X term but not in OL term? I mean, this is feeling very half-baked. Also, what's this network administration? Oh, that's if I want to make custom icons. That's pipmap. And that looks like that's for our hosts. Wow, why would you need a dedicated thing for our hosts? What else? I'm just curious, is there anything else we have here? Print screen, refresh. Yeah, not really. Okay. Alright, anyway. I guess people want me to compile bash, so let's get bash. I'm going to go with 3.2. I'm not sure the C compiler is going to be able to do it, but we will try. This is probably... Actually, I'm going to probably grab 2 packages from the Free Software Foundation, so I need to load up a terminal, because we're not going to be able to grab them directly from them. If we're having FTP client problems, it won't work. So let's go to ftpgnu.org. I want to grab hello, RB GNU hello, because that's a good package to use as a test to make sure everything else is working. And then let's grab, no, let's not grab GCC. I really don't want to compile GCC tonight on this if we can avoid it. I don't know if we can compile bash with a compiler this old, but we can try. see here. 3257 tar. And then let's just extract them here because it's going to be way faster. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to compile on the VM. We just want to unzip them. Because I really don't want to compile over NFS. Alright, so now these are here. So let's go make a source folder. Mount absolution hello tar. And you know what? I just remembered. Hold on. There was something we were supposed to do that I forgot to do. There's actually an official fix and upgrade pack for this that's supposed to fix a bunch of bugs in the system. We should install that. We should definitely install that before we try compiling anything. So I'm guessing, where did I put it? Let's see here. So the install instructions for this is very strange. You basically are supposed to like just run sh off the floppy disk. I don't know if that's actually how you're going to do it. Let me find the patch. Installing, compiling. All right, so patch disk. So what you're supposed to do is sdffd0. Okay, and that's patch disks 1 and 2 for Amiga Unix. Okay, it is. We're installing patches. We are installing updates. It's still better than doing so on Solaris. I mean, we could probably get Motif to run, but I mean, this is X11R5, so it's still going to be a lot of pain. Let's see here. I mean, tar could definitely fail because of the differences in tar, which means we'll just have to compile a new tar, a better tar, a tar for a new generation. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we can install release notes. This is fine. This is fine. I probably shouldn't be doing this in X, but I feel like I want to live dangerously. Okay. Patch disk must be applied in single user mode. When prompted, enter the root password. Okay. Alright, we're going for it. It's happening. We're going to install updates on Amiga Unix. We are now at alert level 3. Vroom, 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 vroom. Oh, right. X is going to hang again, isn't it? Hopefully that bug gets fixed after, yeah, it crashed. Hopefully that bug gets fixed after we install updates. I mean, we could install apt on this. We could install apt. No. I mean, there is nothing stopping me from compiling dpack and apt on this, although this wouldn't have threads. I haven't run tar on this yet. No, it's perfectly fine as long as you don't leave X, which is Commodore's way of saying that you shall use a graphical environment and you shall like it, and there is no escape. There is no bash. There is only Zool. Oh, God. Help, I'm memeing. It shouldn't matter that I didn't unmount my NFS. Okay. Now, the emulator will probably crash at this moment, because that's... Every time we do a disk check, that's where it's crashed. There is no bash, only Zool. I did end up watching Ghostbusters Afterlife the other night. It was actually pretty good. So here's the thing that I learned while at building Ubuntu for ARM, because swap space is a number, and as it turns out, you can build anything if you have 32 megabytes of RAM, but a really big swap partition. Oh look, and there's the VM crashing. That did exactly what I expected it would do. Task failed successfully. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? You know, Now, I know why I'm doing it to myself. Okay, here we go again. There she blows. No, that's a bug in the emulator more than anything else. Why did that? Oh, I know why that bus errored. We're not going to deal with that right now. It probably lost our config. Is it shut down? Yeah, okay, so now we can go into single user mode. And we can install the patch. Because the patch will give us graphical login. So I actually looked into Nextenia way back into the day, and they were not doing that in a way that was... Oh, new run level S. Entering system maintenance mode. Cool. Okay, so that's fine. Don't need to see the detailed list. I'm getting very patch cluster vibes to this. No, we don't need a backup floppy. We can go. Okay, installing. Yeah, this is going to add XDM to the install. That's probably a bad thing, now that I think about it. But we'll see. So it's it's going to rebuild the database for man. This is going to take a bit. Bash includes its own copy of readline. I think we need some different music. We need a little... hopefully the background music has been okay this stream. Okay. Hopefully this works. Come on. Come on. I will note that I've been loaned a scaler, which is still living in my mailbox because I haven't been able to go get it. But that's going to let me do video capture from both my Sun boxes and from my SGI. I did get an Indie relatively recently, so we probably will do live streams with some of them. Mostly because I will do a live stream if I don't have a specific project in mind and I just want to kind of screw around. So, okay. So this will probably crash. Okay, so it's going to rerun the configuration. That's fine. We don't need to do that. That's fine. That's fine. No, no, no. Yes, yes. 1, Do you want to configure an X Windows login screen? This feels like I am leaving dangerously. Chat, do we tempt fate? I mean, I know what you guys are going to do, but... NFS works fine. Yeah, I mean, why am I asking this question? You guys, I already know what the answer's going to be. Yeah, already 50 votes for. Okay. Enable. Apparently Motif was available. Look at that. There's actually Motif available. It's just not included. Default. Let's see here. Hold on. This actually is probably... Default XCM setup is black and white. Video port. To configure, connect on the color graphics. To activate the keyboard and mouse. Okay. So apparently Alt F10 does something. Okay. Alright, so before it starts anything, I do want to get libxdmx servers. Like, hold on, if I hit Alt F10, I think that key is being captured by, let's see here, X11. Here, config. Okay. So we want to enable that, and then we want to disable the monochrome X. And then this is probably a really bad idea. I just realized I lost the picture. Sorry. No, it's there. It's there. It's back. We did, however, lose the webcam at some point. Where is my face cam? Did I disable it, or is it... Why do I not... What happened to the face cam? Oh, it wasn't charging properly. Sorry. Facecam's probably going to be out for the rest of the stream. Let me see if I can bring this back. Yeah. I've got a dodgy charger that doesn't always charge. But let's see if we can bring that back. So that's going to restart. Yeah, no, the Facecam ran out of power. I've got it on the charger. It's charging up. Alright. Oh! I almost think we were about to see Wow, there's something I haven't seen in a long time. Alright, so while that catches up, I'm going to try and get the face cam back. Droid cam. Hey, look, you can see my desk. Okay, cool. So now I should be able to just pop this in. Bring you down. Yes! Okay. Progress! And we have a graphical login. I don't know if it stopped drawing halfway through. I do believe it is in fact crashed. Yeah, no, it's I think it's I'm just making sure that there's nothing else I need to adjust, but I think it just crashed. Well, the problem is that I did hit Alt F10 and WinUE grabbed that shortcut. Let me see if I can reclaim it from that, because I need that to get passed through. Display input. Let's see here. Let's see here. UAE keyboard. Like, here, let me go full screen. So I'm looking at WinUE settings. And I don't see a way to change the key shortcut. Let's see here. Graphic startup, file associations, display, RTG board. Here. Like, I'm not seeing anything here that will let you let me pass the key shortcut through, which is a slight problem. Accelerator card, display, native. I mean, there's got to be a way to do it. Printer, input, configuration 1. Here, F10. All right, hold on. This is a let's ask Google here. Okay, so lets me configure input keys. So let me find a key that I'm not using and I can send that. Like, numpad comma, because I don't have a comma on my numpad. Let's find a key that we're not using and use it for something else. Like, numlock. We can try let's see if we can remap numlock to Alt F10. Let's see here. Hold on. This is a really wonderful UI. All right, so input key target is. We'll make this left alt because then that should prevent the key shortcut. Okay. But that didn't work. In fact, that broke something. Oh, how do I get it out of test mode? I don't want it to be in test mode. Oh, F12 to exit. F12 to exit. This is fun. Alright, let's see here. So let me make you left alt. Left alt like that. And then did that actually stick? I'm not convinced that that actually stuck. Let's see here. Numpad 0. I somehow managed to get these all screwed up. Hold on, if I click off, click back on. Why is everything so difficult? Let's see here, numpad, decimal, F2, F3, numpad 0. Enter UI. You know what? We're not using the joystick. We could just remap these. So if I remap you to... Oh, hold on. We need to be under... No, that's correct. We remap you to that, like that. Oh, hold on. And save before the emulator crashes. Oh, did I... Yeah, hold on. I need to save that config. Okay, so now I should be able to do... what did I just remap it to? I think my brain has effectively checked out because it's been because this issue is just a little bit too annoying. Let's see here. Numpad 1 is F10, so I should be able to hit Alt Numpad F1 and get it to work. Okay. Yeah, but Alt F10 seems to do something in the emulator. Also, I think I crashed the emulator again. Because the hard drive light's not blinking and it seems to be stuck here. No, okay, no, apparently it's still going. Please behave. Maybe. Possibly. I can't believe it. It'd be really nice if it did. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's still going. It's still going. It is possible. If then we're going to have to figure out how to disable XDM. Okay, cool. The emulator crashed, which is exactly what I expected. That's actually... Every time it tries to do a reboot there, it just crashes. So, this is fine. Okay, so apparently installing updates was a bad idea. Or at least trying to use graphical. I'll have to use the rescue... God, freaking... One of these days, I will load the right config on the first try. I'll have to use the rescue disk to change the config. Yeah, I feel like half of my YouTube channel is oh god, why? I remember the Twitter conversations I had when I was making the floppy disk version of Windows Millennium Edition. For better or worse, I ran into problems with that, which is why it didn't come to fruition. Alright, so it's going to start XDM. So now if I hit Alt F1, I can type. Oh my god, I can actually type. And I get Xterm. That was not exactly what I was aiming for. But, okay, fine, I'll take it. We need to configure this. We want to enable it. How do we switch the window manager? Read and edit X session. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is TWM. Okay, we've made progress. I still think I want to be on open look. That's just me though. Let me find the default file. That should be in config. Or would it be an xint? I mean, it's not even really running that, so hold on. So we want to enable, read and enable, look and edit .x session in home folder to select. Do I have a .x session? I do have a .x session. OpenLook is more sophisticated. TWM is fast and simple, and you can buy motif. Alright, so... Alright, so that should log me out. Okay, so now I do that. Oh, that's shiny. And I believe this is the login terminal. We don't... I believe if I type exit here, yeah, I get booted back out to GDM. Okay. And now it's stuck in some sort of horrible loop. There we go. This is fine. This is everything's good. There are no problems here. Can I iconify you? I don't remember if OpenLook even has... Yeah, I don't think I can iconify here. Miss M Mest, I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for the support on coffee. All right, let us now try and see if we can build something with a compiler with this geriatric compiler. So mount NFS. Oh, please don't hang. This is what it was doing to me before. Oh, I didn't set a route. That's hold on, no. That's actually expected. Hold on. Route add gateway 120, sorry. 00221. Hold on. What is the command for saying a gateway? I still have to install DNS support, but we don't really need it at the moment. Route add default. I should have known that, but... Yep, okay, cool. Cool. So mount. So we go to root source, mount app solution, tar extract, mount app solution. And you know what? I should be. This should work. Like I should be able to click like here, and then and I middle click. It ejects my mouse cursor out. Because of emulation confliction. Well, it is extracting. It is extracting. It's giving a lot of warnings while extracting, but it is extracting. Bit painful, just saying. I don't know if Paula's the sound chip, right? I don't think it is, but maybe we could look. All right, let's just go for broke. I don't even know what the triplex is going to be. Let's see if Auto Tools will even run on this. Newly created file is older than the distributed file. Oh. Yeah, that might be a problem. Oh, that might be a real problem because I don't know if this is Y2K compliant. That's let's see here, 220501. Yeah, it's not going to let me set the clock that far. That's a bit of a problem. Let me just look at the man page. Yeah, there's no century field. Oh no, there is a century field. Hold on. It's back to front. So month, day, 15/27/2022. So here, hold on. 05/15/27/20. Hold on. Let me pull up the syntax is a little weird. Let's see here. Need to apply. I applied the patch, didn't I? Or is there a different patch? Oh, yeah, you're right. I did, in fact, say it was much later in the future than it is. So, 15... Hey! Look! I mean, this will stop working in another 14 years, but okay. Yeah, okay, that works. That is progress. Let us see if we can actually run configure. I have my doubts. I mean, it's working. No acceptable grep. That's a new one. No, it's a hello world. No acceptable grep. GCC-S version doesn't work. GCC.V, it's a little old. Do we not have grep? No, we have grep. No, it just doesn't like this grep. I think we're gonna have to build a new grep. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to compile a new grep. There was a sentence I was not expecting to say. Let me grab one off. Yeah, let's like grab like, I don't know, don't want something super new, but let's get something that's not old enough to vote either. 228 probably. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 2.2 just because that's a nice low number. Gunzip grep. Alright, so let's go up a directory. Okay, we wait for that to extract. It should have checked for egrep. There's usually a failsafe for this type of circular dependency, but this is a much older grep, so it should be okay. Alright, let's try it. I didn't even see what it can detect for the compiler triplets, though. That's running quite fast, actually. I'm a little surprised. Working mmap. I mean, all things considered, this is a pretty healthy System 5. Or at least it's not as quirky as some of the other ones I've used. Huh. Alright, just out of curiosity, what does it think we are? It doesn't seem to think we're anything. Can we actually build this? Unrecognized option O2. Holy cow. You know your compiler is a little bit dated when it doesn't recognize O2. I probably should not... Hold on. I actually need to put this in a prefix. And there's a reason for this. The reason is that there may be system scripts that depend on the system grep. That's why I want that out of the base directory. Yeah. We probably should build a better GCC. I'm not going to lie, that's probably a thing we should do. The source code to a newer GCC, there are newer GCCs available. There are binaries. Yes, this is GCC 1.40. Yeah. I think we should, while it's doing that, I'm going to see if we can figure out, heading F12 is always a little risky, but I'm going to see if we could actually load in from tape the, one of the GCCs. Because there is a GCC build available. Let's just let that, okay, so that actually built. What? Really? Hold on. It built, yep, I guess that built, make install. That built a lot faster than I thought it would. Like, that built really fast. I guess it's a 50 megahertz. So GNU bin. Okay, that actually built. So, you know what? Fine, I'll take it. Let's see if we can build hello. I could probably build a cross compiler. Like, it would entirely be possible. Is this LD tools? I have to know. No, this looks like this is the old AT&T one. Yeah, that's the old AT&T one. That's not gas. I mean, it's running that configure script. It's happy now that it has a more up-to-date grep. But the problem is that if Ben Utilities doesn't support this platform, which it doesn't look like it does, I can't easily do a cross-compiler. Although it's probably just... It's either A out or cough. There's really no other things it could be. Pointing device, you have to do it on the old shells. You have to export it or it won't work. Because Auto Tools won't see it. M68K unknown System 4. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think this is... I would think this... For a system of this age, I would think it's cough. Uh-oh. Did it just hang? I think it just hanged. I think it broke when I moved the window. Nope, no, it's still good. It's good. It just... Wow. No, it didn't actually crash. It might be paging. It honestly might be paging out. I don't have a free command. I do want to check one thing. Let me go full screen here. I just need to see if this works. Like, this is probably a bad idea to try this. But, you know, I'm going to do it. Okay. So, connection refused by server. No protocol. You just here. Hold on. 126. 8147 6000. Yeah, okay, so you can talk to 6000. Do I just need to do... Let me... I need to just try this. This is a bad idea, but... It's probably my X is a little bit too new on the desktop. I've gotten that to work with Solaris, but that was X6 and this is X5. So, okay. Let's go back to VM view. Because this is still going. It's going very slowly, but it is going. So, alright. Because this is our smoke test. Oh no. I think we need a better make. We need a better make utility. That would be an uptime. Look at the date. Apparently the uptime didn't compensate for the fact that I moved the clock forward. I tried XNAST and it didn't really help. No, apparently it's a very relative system clock. That's stupid. Alright, we're going to have to compile a new make. I mean, I don't know why I'm ignoring the pre-built packages that are available. But we are. I'm going to go with make 382 tar GZ. Mostly because I've had luck with that one in the past. Alright. Alright, let's let that extract. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? The problem is that the BSD compact utilities will probably have 90% of the same problems we need, so... the actual hardware we are emulating does have an MMU. It is the worst documented MMU in existence, as anyone who's worked with Motorola anything can tell you. And on that note, if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, please consider supporting me on Ko-fi, super chatting, or supporting me on Patreon. And on top of this, this is still nowhere near as painful as getting Doom working on AIX was, and that should scare people. Alright, so there's a trick to make. When you do a configure on this one, it builds a tool that lets you build make without actually having to have a make. So, definitely. HTOP depends on stuff that exists in it depends on a proc being there. I am really tempted to see if we could build a cross compiler that would work with this system. I'm not, I think we're going to multitask here because this build's going to take a while. So let's go full screen. And let's see if we could actually build a cross compiler for this, because that means we would be able to do some really neat crap. So let me make a new source folder. And then let me go grab... let's grab a bin utilities. I know the latest ones probably won't support it, so let's try, say, this. Okay. Bin utilities. because first we need a cross compiler. So prefix user, because I might actually want to share this with you guys. So let's go with opt AMIX cross CC. Target M68. Actually, it would be Amiga. It shouldn't actually matter. So, and then sys5. Let's see if they'll take that target. Well, you know, it actually accepted that target. I'm vaguely curious what the latest GCC we can build is going to be. Like, can someone look that up for me while we do this? Like, what was the last GCC that still had sys5 as a target? I'm pretty sure 4.2 did, although maybe it's too new. Well, if we can build a cross compiler, we'll be able to do a lot of things. So we'll let that run. This, and then we're still going to... We're not going to be able to cross compile everything, but... so 11 still supports. Wow, that's impressive. Wow, GCC... Look at that. GCC actually tapped out. Yeah, if modern bin utilities work, I'm gonna just grab let's grab the most recent one and let's try it. It will complain if it doesn't recognize the target. Okay, so you were joking. Fair enough. Fair enough. Serve retro Amiga share source. Although realistically speaking, we could probably get it to work. And the reason I say we could probably get it to work is the adding support for a new platform is not actually that hard in GCC. Okay. Alright. I'm going to just try 4.2. Because if we can build 4.2, it shouldn't be horrible. Because, look, I mean, this array iced, which is not a good sign. Although now people are going to want me to build, like, a more up-to-date compiler for AUX. I know 295 worked. Now, while that's going, I need to grab some files off this system. Actually, I don't actually need to grab files off this system. I could just extract the tape. Because all we need is a sysroot. So while that's going... how do I want to do this? Alright, so... if I do bzip... the AMIX tape, CPIO. Oh, well, that is the right command. It just, that didn't quite do what I want to do. Extract. Because that will give me all the tools and utilities I need to actually build a cross compiler. Plus, we have the versions of GCC that they included in the box. Because it'll be a lot slower to do it over NFS. This takes all of about 3 seconds. Alright, so how's our bin utilities? This target is no longer supported in gas. So I think we're going to need to go older. I think we're going to have to go... So, 2.2 is too new. So, Let's see here. Bin utilities. I'm surprised they actually removed it, but let's see here. Let's try 212. That probably will work. I've had good luck with this version with with old targets. This was not how I was expecting to do this stream today. Just I do want to just say that this was not the plan. But we have come this far. We will go much further. Okay. And hopefully the font size is good enough for folks. And this will be a Patreon. I'm going to make this, if I get the compiler working, I'll release it to Patreons, and then I'll make it public in a few weeks. That's generally how I do things like these add-ons. Okay. So for free looks like it's the last one. Wow, LD does not like it. Maybe I have to actually do an unknown. Is it really not supported? I don't think it's supported. Let me copy a binary over. Let me see exactly what this is. Like say bin sh. It's an ELF file. Why was Commodore... What? They were using ELF. I mean... They were using GCC. When was the ELF even standardized? What the hell? Hold on. That... When was ELF standardized? That has to be really. ELF was drafted. It was first published as the application binary interface of the Unix operating system for System V Release 4. Which I guess makes sense. I don't think Sun was using it for Motorola 680XO. What the shit? That was not expected. Let's take a look at that LD config file. All right, hold on. Yeah, there is a Motorola. I don't know if that's the same target, though. Well, I say let's try it. Let's see if this will build. So that would be. I've got my doubts, and I just want to see if Modern Bin Utilities has it, but very much got my doubts. You know, I think the correct thing to do here is we do Motorola, ELF. It should be close enough to work. There is a way we can test this. There is a way we can, in fact, test this. Actually, I gotta do, I need to build this with a sysroot. So hold on. An AMIX cross. I'm actually gonna do cross GCC sysroot. We need to grab the files from extract. You all need to go to here, sysroot, and then you need to have a with sysroot option. Op AMIX cross CC GCC sysroot. Because that's where LD is going to look for libc and stuff. I am going to be really surprised and yet happy if that actually works. I mean, because this would probably mean it would also work with Atari Unix. Well, it made a make file, but we've gone this far before. I haven't tried NetBSD on the Amiga. I have a horrible idea for a video, for a meme video, that's going to be NetBSD on a toaster. And if you know what I mean by that, you may groan now. I used Motorola 680XO. I used M68K Amiga ELF. I should probably use AMIX ELF, but this will be fine. Okay, that's fine. So I should... Okay, cool. So let me get that in the path. Because I want to test to see if this can actually link something. So I don't have an LD, do I? Hold on. Oh, I just screwed up my path, didn't I? Yeah, that was a thing I just did. Serve retro. There are days. I mean, there are ways to do this without. Let me just try doing LD. Yeah, LD built. I think it just blew up because I did too many makes. Or type has incomplete elements. Will it let me do this with permissive? Wow. There's one thing I want to try before. I actually want to try this with the newer bin utilities, because this target should still be supported. Maybe I'm out of my mind for even trying this, but... like, well, I know I'm out of my mind, but... somehow we've left Amiga Unix and we've gone to cross-compiling for Amiga Unix. I need to get a Dreamcast. I was considering doing a video on PS2 Linux and maybe doing something stupid like, I don't know, compiling a modern distribution for it. But, I don't know. Michael MJD just did a video on it, and those Linux kits are really hard to come by. So, alright, well, that's building. Let me throw a make J8 on that. I mean, we could try building another GCC on this. I'm just trying to think on how we would tackle this problem if the compiler is going to ice. No, apparently we're doing Unix from scratch is a better way to describe this. But people seem to be enjoying it, so okay. Never underestimate how far I will go for pain and suffering. Ha, ha, ha. Well, did bin utilities actually built? Okay, well, I'll take that. I will take that. All right, I'm going to take bets here if people think GCC is actually going to build. I'm just going to build the C compiler at first because I really doubt we could get the let's see, let's try 3.6. I really doubt we could successfully build the C++ compiler, although that would be funny as hell if we could. Well, it may. The thing is, we probably would be able to build. I don't know if we're going to get a working binary out of it. But we could try the version of GCC that's in the source folder. Okay. Well, the thing is, this isn't really Amiga content. This is just Unix running on an Amiga. Although, like I said, I want to do more Amiga things, but I want to have the real hardware. I'm only doing this because Amiga 4000 was already really expensive. Just getting a 3000 to do this, it would be painful. Enable languages, let's see. And there's no way that this is going to work. There is no effing way this is actually going to work. There is a hack for the installer that would let me do it with 2 hard drives. So I don't really need the tape drive. Okay. Let's see here. Well, it has to be a 3000. It needs the onboard SCSI. I mean, GCC is building, and it hasn't quit yet. I was not expecting to build a cross compiler for an ancient Unix today. I really wasn't. I might have to do some modifications to it or hand-holding, but it might work with a Zorro SCSI card. It's not clear if it is or is not supported. Sad Mac, I don't know what I was expecting. Well, you know, I did the Windows 10 to Solaris 7 one because I wanted to do a high effort shit post, and that somehow ended up with running Doom on Solaris, which then led to me running Doom on that obscenity over there. Yeah. You can't do it with a 500 because the thing is that I would do it on the 4000, but I want to leave mine as a high flyer toaster because I fully want to restore that to a working configuration. As soon as my Lyra 3 gets here, it's somewhere in Europe, I will be able to actually run it. I have the mouse adapter, so I was able to boot a Workbench disk, and I know it works. I mean, the thing is, if I can build a cross compiler, that means I could build some pretty complex software for Amiga Unix. I don't know what I would build, but I could build it. Yeah. If someone wants to get the link for the Twitter, one of the mods, I don't really want to dig through my Twitter on stream for obvious reasons. I'm not going to try and do Doom. Well, we could try and do SDL, which means no, walk away. Walk away. Walk away. I don't even know there's a Unix port of Wolf 3D. Well, the thing is, I would have to upgrade X because it's X11R5. I don't think I could run KDE on R without R6 at minimum. All right, I'm going to step away from keyboard while this compiles just for a moment. My stomach's a little upset today. So I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the music and watch the screen go. I'll be back within 3 minutes. That's not the thing I wanted to turn off. And as always, if you support the channel, you know where to look. That was not what I wanted to do. Hold on, I'll bring the video back. That's what I wanted to do. We could, you know what, we could try CDE. No, I don't want to try cross-compiling CDE, but we could try Fluxbox or something. Oh, I see a build failure. Let's see what happened. All right, let's bring the stream back. What build failured? Can I just tell it F permissive and let's see here. Why is it a build failure? It doesn't let the compiler is a little bit too modern for it, so it's just doing this. I remember we had this problem with Solaris, and I had to smack it with a stick. 545. 545. Floor 2. So if defined here, can I just give this F permissive and make this problem go away? Like, is that a thing I can do? Like, am I allowed to be that lazy? Like, because I'd like to be that lazy. Because F permit. Yes, okay, apparently I am allowed to be that lazy. Nope, I'm not. Nope, I'm not. I'm gonna have to actually fix this, damn it. Redefinition of this here at the top level. I mean, this is essentially Solaris. This is Solaris if they had kept it on Motorola 680 XO. I think I can just disable. I think, let's see here, hold on. Top level. I think we can just disable this. Let me see here. Yeah, let me just see if I can disable this, because this doesn't look like this is actually needed to build. And it's not! I mean, this is still not... Oh, yeah, let me bring the face cam back. Transition. This is still not as bad as when the compiler iced on us when we were trying to build the last compiler, because I really don't want debugging an internal compiler error on a live stream, because that is going to just make something inside me die that I will never be able to get back. BDS, I am, hold on, before, uh-oh. Red alert! Okay, so that didn't quite work the way. Ah, I see the problem. I see the problem. We just make this go away. Fingers crossed. No, this is just a modern this is just a build failure because I'm using a modern compiler, because GCC goes slightly off. To answer the question, I use the music I use because I know I won't get monetization strikes on YouTube over it, which are really irritating. So, because YouTube has, for something like this where I have it as background music, there is no fair use. That is a legitimate content strike. But I've had so many content ID problems to the point that I pay for Epidemic Sound. Stream Beats has been fine, but they only allow it for use in live presentations and archives of such. So I use Epidemic Sounds in my regular videos. The main reason I don't use Epidemic Sound, well, I used to, but the user interface they have for like playing music on the fly kind of is not that good. Well, this is looking promising. We might actually get the emulated machine. I think is still going. We could start building a newer GCC on it. It might finish by time, I don't know, the sun goes out. I'm actually, while it's going, I am going to install some software. God damn it. We get an undefined reference. Let's see here. Oh, right, so we need that enabled. Does that link? That does... No, that did link. That actually did link. It's... Frig, I gotta tell it not to build the documentation. Okay, it did build. It just didn't build the way I want it to build. Make info... True. Yes! Okay, we are actually getting somewhere. Yeah, I killed the function. But then I unkilled the function. Because okay, why is it built? I find it really strangely confusing seeing multi-lib stuff with Motorola 680XO stuff. But it's building libgcc, which is a good sign. I mean, we could try building the G++ front end. There isn't a G++ library, though. I mean, and I don't really want to try and port newlib. I mean, is there G++ on this? Oh god, there is. There actually is G++. Which means you would have iostream.h. I don't know where it is. Hopefully it's not actually there and that's just a figment of our imaginations. Because I really don't want to think about trying to deal with C++ in this scenario. No, this would be pre-standard C++ if it's on there. So it wouldn't be iostream. It would be iostream.h. We can actually look for it here because we did build the cross thingy. Yes, that's the technical term, and that's what I'm going with. Find name iostream. It might just be a freestanding compiler with no headers. That's entirely possible. Or it's possible it's not even installed. Oh, that's a problem. That's probably workable. I might have to fix these links. I feel like when we did this with Solaris, I had to build a tool that made these all relative links. But I don't... Do I even still have that on this system? Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like I made a tool to convert all those relative links. Convert all links to relative. But I don't really need most of these folders. I really just need the include and I just need the lib folder. But that's a lot of breakage. That is, in fact, a lot of breakage. I think there's a way to do it with tar now that I think about it. But we should have enough core bits. Like, if I look here under lib, like, we should have a libc somewhere, don't we? User lib, libc. Yeah, it's right there. Not stripped. Oh, and I think I found the C++ headers. Yeah, look, there they are. Or at least some of them. I'm not going to worry about those right now. So these are still going. With a C compiler, we'll be able to still get neofetch going. And we'll just finesse the cheroot as it goes along. And actually, I just lost the chat. I've done a fair bit of Xenix x86 stuff. I helped rebuild Xenix 2.23 for 86. I'm quite familiar with how it works. Okay. So this is actually going somewhere. The thing is that this may not build a fully working environment. And hold on. I just saw something that was a little concerning. No, that's fine. That target, that Plex is fine. Like, if we were to do this properly, I would have to define a new triplex in the compiler. And technically speaking, I should have checked this before. What? Why did that blow up? That's it trying to cross-compile the stack protector. We don't want that. SSP. I think I have to tell it to disable SSP. Yeah, it's trying to build the stack protector, and that ain't gonna fly. That no fly. SSP. Let me see here. SSP. Maybe I can handhold it. I really don't want to. Yeah, because that would be a stack size thing. It's open a bunch of dev random stuff. How do I disable GCC, disable SSP? Yeah, I just think I just need to add disable SSP to the build options and we try again. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Warp speed. Go, you could potentially get GCC Go to work. You wouldn't be able to get the Go proper to work because, well, that broke. That broke fast. I think I make Jade a little too hard. Let's just try a J4. Oh, right. Let's see here. No, it would definitely be possible to make Go work on Motorola 680XL. The largest problem with Go is it needs certain trampoline and stack functions to be implemented, and Go's upstream is not what I call particularly receptive to such things, especially for older architectures. There's a fairly long rant, and I'd have to dig it up, by one of the Open Solaris developers that when they were targeting Golang for Solaris, they had words about that tool chain. Because they were using GCC Go, but you still need parts of Go itself to know what to do. I'd have to take a deeper look to see how bad it'd actually be, but it would potentially be possible with GCC Go. So, alright, well, GCC is building, so we're definitely going the right direction here. I do have Portal installed, but I feel like if I loaded up Portal, we wouldn't even get to meeting Watley by time this would be done building. I don't personally have a high opinion of Go. I find that it doesn't really solve the problem it tried to solve, and it is so simplistic that you create new problems because you have to repeat yourself a million times to do a lot of stuff. Now that Go has generics, it will be slightly better, but it should have never been released in that state to begin with. I find coding in Go, it's a good replacement for coding in, say, Python, but it's not a C replacement. Python free on Amiga. That is such a horrible idea, I almost want to try it. Because then we could do import anti-gravity on an Amiga. And then someone can make fan art of an Amiga floating. Like, that is such a horrible idea, I almost want to do it. If we can build a better compiler. I will try 2.7 if this one doesn't work. I really want to use a cross compiler. I don't want to native compile this if I can avoid it. Because imagine this taking this speed on AMIX. Well, we need to have a working cross compiler for it to work. Which it just finished building. So maybe we have a working cross compiler. I'm taking odds on this one. Like, I have real doubts this is going to work. Well, I mean, it's a cross compiler. All right, all right, let's just. I have to know. So this should compile. It's the actually will it run part that I'm less convinced about. Can't find. Okay, that's actually not unexpected. Did I not build it with a sysroot? I did build it with a sysroot, but because it's a generic target, it doesn't know where to look for the libraries. That would be user. I need lib. User lib. Can't find libc. That's still fairly promising though. It's looking in user, it's looking there. Let's take a look. Why can't it find libc? It might just be a broken link. So user lib. So if let's see if our crosslinker can even read anything about this. So I should have obj dumped. Yeah, no, it can read that just fine. Okay. So why doesn't it see it? Let me just let me where's the let me try just specifically I always forget how you do this. I don't think it's a broken symlink. The problem here is it may be the wrong prefix path because this is not exactly, or it wants a static library. It might want a static library, which I don't think I have. Let me check something. If we look at the GCC source code that they provided, GCC_2, because they don't use bin utilities at all, and they actually provided it pre-compiled, which is a little bit surprising. I did see. Yeah, no, they provided this pre-compiled. So there should be a config log. Oh no, that apparently G++ is just a shell script in this version. No, dash L should be fine. But it's looking in the right place as is. I'm not needing to do anything special. Just, it can't find libc. Alright, let's try something a little simpler then. Let's not use the standard library. The reason this is a test is because then it just tells me, okay, I can't find libc, and it did build statically linked. Okay, so that's the problem. Our cross compiler doesn't know how to build with shared libraries, but I bet if we go here, this will actually work. So mount app solution test. Well, no, it didn't actually work. So, okay, so the problem here is that the bin utilities doesn't like it. That is not the worst possible outcome. Just here, let me see if the compiler is in the right ballpark. Let me do a test C, test O. Because this will drop a .o file in this directory. And then if I just do that, the linker blows a fuse. So there's a mismatch with the ELF headers. So let me find out what the last version of GCC that supported this was. I'm not giving up yet. So GCC M68K sys5. This is an ABI problem. It would actually be relatively straightforward to fix this, but I'd have to figure out the specifics of... Let's see here. So unknown sys5. Let's see here. Probably would have to go back to GCC 2, maybe 3, but let's see here. GCC supported target architecture list. Oh, I used the wrong GCC? I did use the wrong GCC. Well, okay, so it's... That's both good and bad. Bus error. Let me... Hold on. march... I think I need to do M68020. Amazingly, they shipped GDB. So that means I think the CRT is broken. How is this getting linked? Or what are we linking? What are we using for the CRT? I mean, I'm honestly surprised it did get this far, so hold on. Reconfigured. The ELF target, I should have been more suspicious on using the .elf target, because that is specifically for like embedded to controllers and such. It turns off most of the brain in GCC. So I got a little sidetracked with that, but let me see here. Is there a Motorola 680 System V target? And then let me just make sure I'm with chat. Alright. Okay. Bootstrap GCC, System V ABI, sign up, sign up, sign up. GCC, what is that exactly what I needed to see? Hold on. Apparently someone just made what? M6AK Coldfire variant. Let's see. Apparently this one does work. System V ABI. Apparently this is exactly what I need. What? Who? Where? Oh, this is Amiga OS, not AMIX. Yeah, it's meant for Workbench. It's meant for Workbench. Here. Yeah, I mean, I could it'd probably take me a few days, but I could definitely have gone a newer GCC to work. Let's look at the machines file. No, that's Emacs. Let's see here. Known successful builds. Let's see here. Let me just try Googling for it. 6K unknown. Sys 5. It's probably 295 was probably the last one, and it may have never been mainstreamed. Because if I look in the AMIX binary builds, which, because I downloaded the whole lot as a precaution, AMIX, let's see here, because this was everything that was on Amiga Unix. They have 245, they have 27, and I thought they had a 29. No bin utilities though. Let's see here. What was this built for? User local. Motorola 68XO Sys 5 V4. Okay. I'm assuming you did not include bin utilities. No, you did not. You could technically do a cross compiler without them. They're just you have to really do some very kludgy things involving things like RCP and such. Let me just see if there was a version of bin utilities that supported this. Sys 4.5. Here we go. Unslated target removal. So it was there in GCC 2.16. So let's try GCC 2.5. Let's. I'm not giving up that easily. Let's go back to source. Hold on. Actually, let's go. Let's look at that targets file. And then LD. Where was that configure targets list? LD configure targets. Sys 5. Honestly, I'm tempted to try that Motorola target. But I'm guessing the linker probably won't work. I could be wrong about that. I could just add it. There's nothing saying I couldn't add an additional line for it. Because there are ones that are like that. I mean, I have my doubts. I really have my doubts. Alright, let me kick off this build. If this does not work, we'll throw this in and we'll try something else. M68K Amiga Sys 5. With sysroot. I mean, like, let's try this. My guess here is there's an ABI problem. There's probably, in fact, I know that's a problem with IRIX. IRIX's definition of ELF was slightly different than the actual standard. Some of the data structures are the wrong size. So you don't get a working linker when you try MIPS ELF with IRIX, and no one's fully reverse engineered it. I tried, but dealing with the internals of bin utilities is like fighting a monster with your bare hands, only harder. So let us see if this works. I'm skeptical to say if it will, but okay. Well, the Atari target, see, I don't know if the Motorola Sys 5V is the right one or not, because this needs to be able to generate an ELF file. Normally the it's incomplete data type. Didn't we have this problem before? Like, let me see. Can I just put F permissive on this? Or do I actually have to fix it? No, I actually have to fix it. Damn it. I don't really want to do that. 227. What? Why is it complaining that this is an incomplete data type? Why do you do this to me? Has incomplete data type, struct, relax type. Well, the thing with AutoTools, it was designed to be able to support new platforms basically on the fly with proprietary tool chains and such. But it is very much a more in practice than in truth sort of thing, which is one of those things that really has always made it. I like AutoTools more than I like CMake, because at least AutoTools will not self-destruct in impossible to debug ways, which I have seen CMake do on multiple occasions. But let's see here. Just out of curiosity, how's this defined in more recent versions? So, okay, yeah, it looks like I just need to... I think I just need to pull in that file, that AS file. Let's see here. Build to... C. No, you've got your header file. Why are you complaining? Relax type. Hey, you're there. You should have everything you want. This is part of why GCC drives me up a freaking wall. I find the source code in bin utilities to be magic in not a good way. Because it's not the first time I've had to debug it. Array L type has incomplete element type, structure, array table. We look at this. So if we look at what it's defined as in modern days, it's defined like that, which is relax type S. Yeah, because then it has this. I'm gonna actually have to do surgery on the damn thing. God damn it! I don't really want to do this, but okay. No, it's fine. This is fine. Alright, so what I'm doing right now is basically GCC's code has had quality issues over the years. And it doesn't always build with more strict compilers, and GCC has gotten more strict over the years. Let me see here. So relax type is here, and that gets defined like that. So relax type doesn't get defined here. We just have a struct for it, and then a type define. Like, is this really like just an empty? I mean, it has to be defined somewhere. It looks like it's here in TC. Yeah, okay, so it is defined here in TC. So, config. So if I just add that header, will this problem go away? Like, is it really that easy? Of course not. Of course not. Oh, because I added it to the C file, not the header file. Okay. Yeah, it might actually be that easy. What file is it building? You're building gas.app. And now we get conflicting. All right, before I'm going to just try one other thing before this thing gets jettisoned into the blasted sun. Apparently a later bin utilities did work. So we're going to try that. And then I'm going to eject it into the sun. So apparently it was still there in 16. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, but okay. So there was an actual target. M68K CBM System 5. But is it there in bin utilities? That's the thing that I need to know. We can grab the source code for it. There is actually a host and target for it. So if we just add... I am really skeptical about this. Alright, well, we'll see. Well, I mean, I could eject it into the Spark station. It's not doing anything heavy. And I've got that extra armored one, which might even survive the impact. Which may or may not be a good thing. I just had a migraine aura start, so I'm going to go find Tylenol. I'll be back in a few minutes. Where is that? Oh. It was there on my desk. Wait, did Gas actually build that time? Gas actually built that time. Alright. So, hold on one second. Oh, my brain. My brain is leaking. If I take a Tylenol now, I should be able to keep streaming. If I have a full-blown migraine, we'll have to wrap it up. So, migraines are just pain and suffering. So why did this completely blow up entirely? So I'm guessing I made a typo when I edited that file. Configure... Let's see here. Sys 5. No, that's there. I mean, we could try. Let me see here. What was the exact build failure? Undefined reference. So the problem is when BDF, which is the binary descriptor library, is now missing bits. Oh, SVR4. Oh. Oh, okay. SVR4. Yeah, see, but it's only there in BFD and not in LD, which is concerning, but it is technically... Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. SVR. No, wow, I keep doing the same thing. Sys5, Sys5, Sys5. Just out of curiosity, so because there was a Spark target, I'm just want to see what they did here. So target emulation. Yeah, see, these all basically target the same thing. Alright. Let's... Alright. Let's go to LD and just see if we can successfully build this. If this fails, we'll go back to just playing with AMIX, because I don't really want to add a new target to bin utilities. I don't really want to torture myself that much. I like pain, but not that much pain. Did I put the wrong target in that time? SVR4. No, that should match the target. Alright. Well, no, this doesn't really say anything about AMIX. It really just says that bin utilities works on Linux, and that's about it. This isn't the first time I've had problems because bin utilities really has half-baked support for a lot of platforms. And it really always has. If you're not on Linux or the BS or one of the free and open source BSDs, you're always better off using the system assembler and linker. You'll have a lot less pain in your life. Realistically, the easier way to do this would probably be to use something like RCP to copy the files to and from. Alright, well, let's get some J8 action going on this. And just see what happens. Because it's not impossible it will work, but I'm not holding my breath. Did I... And that's why you don't run make as sudo. You really should. Or at least you shouldn't. Because realistically, if this doesn't work, I'd have to look at what the ELF files are generated for AMIX, and then... haven't we fixed this twice? Okay, now you work. Well, you compile. Work is a strong word to use. Failing this, we will try building GCC on itself. That built really fast. That built suspiciously fast. how do I want to do this? All right. Let's clean our build environment here. So then you make install. Oh, hold on. Build. Okay. I keep getting those make info, those documentation build errors because something changed and I don't know what. I've had that with other, like that started like only a few years ago. All right, so now we've got this. Let's grab the cross route back here. And then let me build something. Yeah, let me do gcc s test.c. Okay, gcc root hello cs. Yes, okay, so that gives me an assembler file. So now let's just see if we can build that before I even bother with the compiler. Like, let's just see if we can build that with no other problems. Serve retro Amiga share source. Okay. So that would be, we need to, oh, I gotta add bin. AS, test.s, test.o. Wow, it really doesn't like this. Did it actually output like some sort of assembly that this can't read? Because that's kind of what it feels like it did. Let's see here. I don't know why it doesn't like that label. Let me see here. If I do that, will it take it? I don't know why it's complaining. Alright, so we get rid of those statements. Size too complicated. Okay, well, that took several tries. Test.o, test.o. And then can we link it? I don't have good feelings about this. Yeah, because libc is there. I think we're going to have to concede on this one. I just don't think bin utilities is going to work unless we went through all the effort to port it, which would require understanding the format well enough to be able to do so. I mean, it's ELF, which means it's not horrid, but it's going to be a lot of work to do so. So I think we throw caution to the wind on this one. I tried. Let's see here. I'm just trying to think of... Let me just... Actually, before we do that, let me just try doing test.o and see if I get a working binary. That actually may have worked. Hold on. Didn't I write a hello world? Yeah, I did write a hello world program. So root hello C .s here, and then that should come out there. We now come here. I gotta just change this slightly because apparently this syntax isn't valid anymore. Get rid of the size. I mean, the fact that the assembler works shouldn't really surprise me. Test.s or hello, let's see here. Hello.s, hello.o. Ah, whoops. So right now what I'm just seeing is if this can even build anything resembling like actual code. But I'm not optimistic. I'm really not optimistic. So that makes LC... Why did this get upset? Okay. GCC root hello C. Now I should have a hello.s. Or is it... There we go. Hello.s. And then we just need to fix this, so that's like that. That's like that. That's like that. Okay, so run it through the assembler. It's so close to potentially working. It's kind of annoying, actually. So we were able to build it with the cross assembler. What's it using? What is this actually using? So that is the command line it is using. Don't remember what -y... I mean, the syntax is very different for this, but let me... Hello, GCC... Hello... So what I'm trying to figure out is just how this is invoking the everything, which I realize is a great and wonderful technical explanation of what this is doing. Oh, it's probably hello. Yeah, okay, cool. That worked. Because if I know what it's trying to load, I can maybe test this. Because at least then I know what's going wrong. Because then I should be able to do something like, oh, I don't know, that. Is it -L? I think I'm going to have to give it the full path. I don't know. Chat, do you think I've got any chance of this actually working? I mean, it actually did read that, which is more than what I would have expected, all things considered. I mean, realistically, I think all I'm going to need is a spec file. What was the next one it needs? Values. Here, let me just grab all these. Grab all these. And we just edit them to our heart's content and see if we have a working linker. Because that might be a project for a different stream, though. But I really want to see if this will work at all. Like, I want to see if there's any potential for this to potentially work. And if not, then I don't think I need the other options. I think we can just grab those and go. It's like so close and yet so far away. All right. One final test. And then I'm going to just try building a newer GCC in the system itself before people start, like, I don't know, watching the madness go even deeper. Undefined reference, so it means I'm only missing like one thing. CRT1, CRT2. What did I miss? That's actually really promising, because I wouldn't have gone that far unless it was seeing like 90% of what it needed. Oh, wait a minute, so why is that making such a difference? Because it shouldn't be making that much of a difference. Like, if I remove this, what starts breaking? Like, if I just leave it down to that, it sees all that and it's happy. Where is those two things defined? Because the linker order does matter. CRT1, CRT. Oh, okay, so it's defined twice. Or there's a CRTI. It linked! It actually linked. It linked and it worked. That means, potentially speaking, we could do it. Folks, are we going to do this? Like, are we actually going to try this? Because if we have a working cross-linker, the compiler is easy. I would just need to define a spec file. I can't believe it. I can't believe that actually fucking worked. Because that means the linker's in the right format. I'm probably going to have to define what's known as a specification file, because obviously this is not a supported GCC configuration. But it's in the right freaking ballpark. Alright, yeah, we're going for it. I am flabbergasted that worked. That had no freaking right to work. I need my configure string. Disable libssp, enable languages. Like, that has no right to work. My mind has been blown. It still means we're not out of the woods yet, because the thing here is that the way the linker is controlled in GCC is for what's known as specification files. And wow, the spam bots are really relentless. I'm sorry, I completely like, what was I going to say? I completely, like, got hyper-focused there, so I wasn't paying attention to chat. So, how the hell did that work? That has no right to have actually worked. Because, like, if we could actually, that's fine. Configuration is obsolete. That's fine. That's fine. Enable obsolete. It was I had to basically run this entire command by hand. The cross-linking path isn't quite working right, but right ballpark. Absolute right ballpark. I had to tell bin utilities that it was a Motorola 680X ELF. Okay, then. First it tells me it's obsolete, and then it just stops. What's not supported? Configuring in... Really? I mean, I could make it supported. It first complains that it's not there in make obsolete. All right, fine. Let's go with GCC. Let's try GCC 295, because that was probably the most popular one. Actually, let me try 2.4 beforehand and see if that will actually play. Like, it was saying it was an obsolete target, and then usually that just means that there's a define missing somewhere in the auto tools config. All right, free 2 is the last one. Let's try it. Because the thing is that if we have a working linker, it's not terribly difficult to convince GCC. Like, there's someone who keeps GCC 11 building for IREX. So it can be done. Let's see if it actually recognizes that triplex. I'm already building an obsolete. I'm literally building a cross compiler that should not exist because we got slightly distracted from the topic of Amiga Unix. Because if I can actually get this work, I'll probably cause the two people that run Amiga Unix on something to like have a giant party flip. Okay, so at least it recognizes the triplex. Now I just need to fix the compiler syntax. This is fine. This is fine. Let's see here. 426. See, this is why I don't like looking inside GCC. And just let me make it bigger. I don't know how well you can read that. Afraid Fruit, thank you for the $2 Canadian super chat. Like, I don't even know what that's supposed to be. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. I'm going to just look at a newer version of the compiler, and hopefully it will tell me what the syntax is supposed to be, because that is... GCC is written in a write-only language. No, you completely refactored this, didn't you? Damn it. So that's the cast. That's where that ends. And then that gets incremented. This feels like this is like a great place for bugs to... L value is required as increment. Yeah, so I think this has to be inside the parameter. This is probably a bad idea. Nope, it seg faulted. What the hell seg faulted? Okay. Well, I mean, at least it's seg faulted. It could have done way worse. So this is casting to avoid void. This is the other half. I think actually I need another set of parentheses around it. Maybe not. Colon. It's pointer plus plus. So it is an array of pointers. So why is GCC throwing a fit about it? You're right. It could be something that is being required left of assignment. Maybe I just need to put parentheses around the whole damn thing. Like, I shouldn't have to. Yeah, that doesn't help. Oh, I hate dealing with fucking archaic code. Alright, so this is a compiler macro. So this becomes OBL stack. Where is this getting included from? Because maybe that's where the problem is. So in read function RTL, it gets expanded like this, which doesn't effing help me. Wait, do I have an old, is there a laser option? Do I have an older what's the system GCC? GCC, let me just see if it'll build with GCC 7 as the system compiler, because that might be a little less pedantic. Because I really don't want to futz with it unnecessarily. Just nuke and paste this. Like, if I can build it with an older compiler, I'm perfectly happy with this. Because... Well, dealing with old and weird code was my old job. I mean, when I was involved in getting ARM working, I literally had a client hand me a set of Fortran code that they wanted benchmarked on ARM. And yeah, okay, that made absolutely no difference. The error is slightly different. Left value required as increment operand. So I don't think it likes this void cast. I mean, I could just build an older compiler. 426. New chunk dash O. So O is this stack, and that comes in from here. Yeah, it's seeing the left hand as a value, not a variable, which makes me think that this is part of the problem with the C grammar being undecidable. What's the oldest compiler I have on here? Yeah. Which is, and I can see in later GCC this was reworked to be less stupid. Oh, the problem with building GCC 3.2 with 3.2 is I still have the same bootstrapping problem. Oh yeah, support banner needs to be moved. Well, support banners, yeah, no, I can move that. I can entirely move that. Support banner is there. Cool. I mean, that almost... So this is a pointer to a value. You should be seeing that as a... You're right. That... I hate cute code. I shouldn't really say cute code, but code like this drives me up a wall. I didn't think the extra brackets would help, but it was worth a shot. Or did I get that in the wrong place? Hold that thought. No, that's... You know, here's it. I could do it like this. It's not ideal. Let me just see if this changes the compiler error. And I can do this assignment. I can do the assignment in 2 steps. Okay, so it still doesn't see this as a valid. It still doesn't see that as a valid thing. Which is interesting. Also, that needs a closed bracket there. Did I not grab the latest 3.2? Plus size of void. Yeah, okay, let's try that. That's a really good idea. Well, that worked. DC Nick, thank you. You are the MVP of GCC debugging. Why the fact is that GCC debugging has not been a thing on this channel, not once, but multiple times, though. And then it seg faulted. Why did it seg fault? I don't even know if that's the same blasted bug. Oh, switch to 2 lines, you have it backwards. grab that. We do the assignment. And then we add. I don't think I've got... Because this is basically what it looked like beforehand. No, it still doesn't see that as a... It really does not like that. Yeah, it doesn't see that as a valid thing for assignment. Well, it's building. Let's see if it actually... Let's see if it does... If it blows up. I mean, that looked like valid code to me. But I try very hard not to do funny things to pointers in C. Like... Yeah, that's expected. Okay, let me clean out the build directory and go back to using the regular compiler. I'm okay with this. I'm not. I don't think I'm signed into Twitter because I'm on the streaming account, not the main account. So I don't know if I'd see a DM. Let me see if I can pull up DM on Twitter on the other one. Actually, yeah, if you send me a DM on Twitter, I will see it. Okay. Windfish, thank you for the for supporting me on Coffee. Okay, so yeah, that works. Actually, I need to make sure this cannot send me notifications. Alright, fingers are crossed here. Oh, I just saw a build failure. Yeah, I feel like I'm really just chipping away at this. Where was that failure? 1581. Needs 3 arguments. What's the third argument? I think I just have to set mode, don't I? Yeah, I just need to set mode. I don't know what mode I need to set. I mean, technically speaking, yeah, that is a bug that wasn't there before. I'm guessing it doesn't need to be executable, so it just needs to be... it would need to be... I could just set everything. It doesn't really matter. This is not like this is a production, you know, compiler. Oh, someone just supported me, and I didn't see who it was because I clicked out really. Me love Scotch. Thank you for the support. And I will check all the messages afterwards. It's just a little bit awkward with the setup. Here. Alright. Alright, so now we need to... That means we just need to fix that. Where was this? So now we go to open. Add those flags. Cross thy fingers and hope it builds. Man, we are really having a lot of spam bots today. We've had bot problems in the past, but this is more persistent than they have been. Okay. Where is it getting junk from? Junk at end of line, first unrecognized character is blah. So it's trying to build libgcc and then it blows a fuse. Because it's trying to build the CRT, but... What? Okay, hold on. Hold the boat. What is going on here? Or did I screw up when I configured? Hold on. I may have screwed up when we configured. What did it try? What did it try to... Let me run this command. I have this distinct feeling I know exactly what happened. Let's see here. GCC. Where did you try? Yeah, you tried building here. So you entered this folder, you tried to build. The reason I'm curious is I suspect it's using the wrong linker. Yeah, alright, let's put a -v and see what it's doing. It's running the right assembler. Junk at end of line. The hell? That's correct, that's correct, that's correct. Just build an assembly file for me. Let's see what you're doing. Or is it trying to build in a -s file? No, see, that's fine. First unrecognized character. This version of bin utility should work. I know what happened. I know what happened. It probably didn't detect it as GNU AS. GNU AS with GNU LD. Let's see if that makes it happier. Still not convinced. Let's see here. All right. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing I wonder is if it's better or worse on Twitch, because I have considered doing streaming on Twitch. Maybe if I was like to do something like stream all the way through Doom. But the thing I dislike about Twitch is A, there's an exclusivity clause, and B, they have much more. That is really freaking annoying. Why is it giving me this junk at end of line thing? Like, I'm building this for the right target. Yes. Let me see here. GCC with GNU AS. Okay. Okay. I suspect it's generating code, something that it's not generating something that will work with the Let's look at that again. So if we go back under GCC, this is a GCC config problem at this point. This is solvable. So like if we have something like this, why is it doesn't like these commas, but that should be valid assembly. Here. Okay. Yeah, affiliate was also a problem. Okay. The thing is that Dragonheld, we're not doing this on Linux. This is something completely much worse. We got slightly sidetracked. We were working with Amiga Unix, and then I decided to make a cross-compiler. I'm going to try, I'm going to just try GCC 295. The reason for it is there's probably more gremlins here than I really want to exercise. Although at this point, I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Source GCC. (2953) GCC 295. Oh yeah, it used to be called GCC everything. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what my takeaway from this is, because realistically I could probably get this to work, but do I really? I already feel like I've spent too much effort on this. Alright, and then grab that. No! GCC 2.9 is too old to build on a 64-bit host. Ow! That hurts. That really hurts. Ow. Oh, that is just mean. If I grep... Okay, hold on. Before... I just want to see if there's anything in here, because there is something in config GCC, CBM. So that's correct, that's correct, that's correct. TM file, okay, that's all fine. Let me just see if there's anything else in here that might be relevant. So here, config lib, config old.txt. Add support for Apollo. I wonder if there's something that has to go in that category. Like, if we go, let's just find where, like, the HP one is. TM file. Okay, so here's the TM file. This is basically tells how. Okay, hold on. Maybe we aren't completely screwed. Because basically the way GCC does code generation is you have the... I'm actually going to open this as a folder. I think I'm going to have to rename the stream because this is not where I was expecting to go, but okay. This is fine. Config. God, I'm having, like, incredibly bad flashbacks. Yes, I trust the authors. Let's see here. So here's the AMIX config file. So this basically tells you everything you need to know about a given assembler, but you're afraid to ask. And then this gives you a bunch of alignment stuff. So now let me find where they define... Yeah. So like, when you want to retarget GCC to a platform that exists, but like if I wanted to target to like your own operating system on x86, this is the magic file you have to edit to make it all work. So if we change this to generate stuff that GAS will accept, it would get the linker working. Now the question is, I just need... Apparently there was a port of concurrent to... Okay, I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. So let me look at this, because there should be a definition here for GAS. And there is. Because this is HP Unix, and thus and HP Unix is one of those platforms that GAS was well supported on, because the HP stuff is interesting. Yeah, I think we can just make it use GAS, and that might actually effing work. Like, I don't... There's... Am I really... Okay, hold on. Okay, so I have to just include the basic header file. No, so it's not quite that simple, but I just need to find where those commas are coming from and remove them. Because they are probably coming in from here. Yeah, like you see how these align locals? I think, because this is printf's out to file, it aligns the local, output to assembler. Let me see here. Let me just find the basic System V file, because that's going to give me a better hint of where to do this. Okay. Why am I still feel like I have made mistakes in my life that I've ended up here. I mean, I know I've made mistakes in my life that I've ended up here. So this is how you output an aligned local. And I'm wondering if I can just remove the commas and it would work. But let me see. Where's the SVR5 file? Like, I just want to see what different assemblers do. We find this aligned local file. Is it... that was not the thing I wanted to do. So there was an aligned local in ELF and V4. So let's take a look and see what's in the ELF target. Because if you remember, we kind of got this working. So, aligned local. Yeah, so that's like the syntax it didn't like. Ask for 1 byte alignment. So I need to look up and see what GAS uses for alignment on Motorola 680XO. That's what this boils down to. GAS MA6 alignment. Align. So line 8 defines like that. I think I can, I think I can just do define gas though. Because looking at this, it does that, and then it includes this file, and doesn't actually use it. I'm just going to try this. I'm not optimistic it's going to work, but let's just see if I can define use gas. I mean, there's a chance it's just going to work. It's a relatively slim chance, but I'm literally I'm somehow porting GCC to run on. I'm retargeting. I'm doing bad things to a compiler. I hate the fact that this might actually work. Like, I could have probably built GCC2 in the time this would take, or I could have installed the binaries. I don't know, people seem to be enjoying it, so we're going to keep going with it. Warning, new end line at end of file, operands mismatched. Well, I mean, that actually did something. You notice that all changed. So if we go back to this, let's see here. Minimum alignment of 4 and any explicit alignment smaller than that. Alignment of online data options. So manual. So I mean, definitely we're going the right way here. I just need to figure out how GAS defines these things. Let's see here. Is this for AUX, really? Actually, this does look like this is for AUX. Wow. I guess part of AX is... I know there was an unofficial port for AUX, but that surprises me, to be honest. So there's gotta be... So here's... This handles concurrent. All these alignment issues. So maybe... I am vaguely curious, so... So this is a line common. Let me just... Where is this defined? You should be defined somewhere. Yeah, so Motorola, Spark. Like, could I realistically... I might just be able to realistically do yoink and go away. Because right now, basically, it's still thinking it's not using GAS for this, but a different compiler. So I just need to get GCC to output what it GAS supports, but I gotta make sure that stuff like alignment tags don't get lost. I'm going to have to rename this stream, because this was not the mission plan going into this. Okay. Unisoft was the main company. They did a lot of the early ports that made this. Lanchman, I don't know what they're from. Wow, that just broke stuff. That really just broke stuff. But honestly, it's sort of making things go better. Well, I mean, in this particular case, I feel like DM of engineering, and I rolled a 1. You have to port GCC to your new platform. Which I'm actually trying to think if I've ever actually done this before. I know I've resurrected support for dead platforms. But I'm trying to think if I've ever tried to do something this downright nutty. Because this is pretty much down here. Okay. Like, let me figure out which predefines we need. Because by default, I'm going to assume it's going to use gas syntax or something relatively compatible with gas syntax. See, I had this really stupid idea, and I probably should say this, but I think I still kind of want to do it. Is I thought about like putting Amiga Unix in the cloud, and then putting Apache on it, and then just doing something horrible with it. Like if I just delete everything in this file except for that, what happens? Okay. So now we have a working assembler, and we have a seemingly working compiler. We just, a working LD. We just don't have an actual working assembler, which is ironic considering where we started. Yeah. So we get all sorts of mismatches, blah, 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 blah. So let me see here. We do this exactly here. So everything here was fine except for those parentheses and such. So if we, like, remove those. Like, here's these prefixes. Like, if we get rid of this here. Like, yeah, because that was one of the ones where it was making a lot of noise and things it didn't like. And then if we remove the commas, like this, I am not convinced this is going to work. I am legitimately not convinced this is going to work. Which probably means it's got about a 50-50 shot. I had the Amiga capacitors in my A4000 replaced by Amiga of Rochester. He did an excellent job and also replaced all the SIM sockets. Missing size expression. That's actually an improvement. Hold on. That is actually an improvement to how this is supposed to work. Because the problem we've got is... Oh, there's two problems, but we'll deal with them one at a time. The problem that we're having is this size of unaligned stuff on the stack, which is this comma, comma, blah, 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 bullshit. Which makes me wonder if I just need to put a line directly above it. Because here's the assemble name. You put an fputs. So let me just try putting fputs align. And then we put like that. And then no, that doesn't seem like that would work correctly. I think it's this one where it causes bad things to happen. I think we can just do align D new line like that. No, I actually need to output a similar code to declare an uninitialized internal linkage data object. I'm about ready to put this to the side. But chat, do you want me to keep going with this? I actually did go to RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. I'm going to poll the audience, but I didn't finish my degree there. I got hired out of college, and I took the job. So, let's see here. Allocate. LCOM, reserve length for a aligned local. Denoted by symbol. Thank you for the support. We do something else. Alright. Well, folks seem interested in it, so I'll keep going with it. Advance the location. So let me look at this a different way, because obviously there has to be support for gas in here somewhere. So if we know that there's something like LCOM somewhere, we could grep for it, and that will tell me where to look. Like, there we go. Now we start seeing things like that, which put me in the more or less the right place. So if we load here, and then we get stuff like this. Oh, okay. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So let's find all of these. So I think everything here relating to gas we want. So if not defined, okay. Okay, so this is everything it uses if it's using gas. If defined, so let's see here. Where's it defined stuff like LCOM? Okay, so if defined HP Unix. I think we just want everything past this point. Because the else, where's the else statement for this? Like, where is the other end of this else? So there's that else. If then, where is the other end part of this elf? Okay, so here is stuff like floating point output. So I think this is like just the right area. We're okay. What other platforms besides this one define this? So it's defined there, there, and there. But that doesn't give us a working compiler output. Was HP Unix System 5 aligned? I'm trying to remember if it was or wasn't. I want to say it was. Let's see here, because this basically recurses all the way through down to here. And then this is where it's outputting assembly code for the native linker. So define this macro as empty. So far, so good. So L align. Here, so. Oop. So yeah, so output local, size rounded. Output align. I feel like I can just, you know, I'm just gonna try that. I don't feel like it'll actually work, but because basically HP Unix would be very close to what AMIX is. Okay. So if I just grabbed all this and we just replaced the entire macro. This is not how you're supposed to do it, incidentally. I have my doubts, but we'll see. We will see. Because my thought process here is, roughly speaking, what was the old HP Unixes based off of? I want to say they were all System 5, although some of them may have been BSD back in the day. Release history was... Yeah, they were all System 5, weren't they? And it would have been the right time period for this. Which I didn't see what failed. Wow, the compiler actually iced. Which compiler was that? The system compiler or my compiler? Which one died? Let's see here. I probably copied a bit too much. Output local. What was the other? Source line redefined. Oh, okay. I see. I get it. How do I do this? Because you're basically going to this file, which says this is your brain. And actually, what I want to do is much simpler than that. I'm going to just tell you your HP Unix. Output code like your HP Unix. Define use gas. Let's just see if that builds a working anything. Like, I just want to see if the compiler builds. Because if we can get code that outputs for gas, then I can fix all the alignment issues. Assuming I have to, I may not need to. Yeah, so HP Unix was indeed based on Unix System Release 5. System 7, I'm not sure which release. I meant to give this a make J8, please, thank you. Okay, so why did it blow up? Unknown or unsupported option. What? I like this. What are you doing with the CRT stuff? Apparently they planned for me to do horrible things. Yeah, this really isn't cross-compiling. This is porting. It would build natively, to be fair. If I just built it on itself, it would work. But this is apparently where we are going, which is not where I was expecting for us to go. All right. Here. So lcom, let me just bring this file back to the way it started, which was basically this. So if we just grab the aligned local, you include this file here before. There's also this file that I want to look at. So let us see how this all works. So there's the default defines. This is the one that's currently giving us problems, and you're inheriting it from here. And then this says biggest alignment, round larger. So these just get undefined, really. So does that mean we can just remove it? I mean, this doesn't seem like safe. Like, it really doesn't seem safe, but... And the other one I've seen this problem is this internal label. So what's this one doing? Because this goes down several more layers of insanity, to put it bluntly. I didn't expect to be porting GCC to a new platform. I mean, partially porting anyway today, but okay, let's just go with it. So you go down here. Is it entirely possible that we just do that? I mean, I know we've tried some of these, but J8. Somehow we are going to end up cross-compiling Bash. I just see this future. All right, I'm going to set a timer. 30 minutes. If I don't get anywhere in 30 minutes, we'll move on to something else. We're going to still play with AMIX, at least on this stream. Okay. So these all go away. But I definitely, yeah, we'll play with Amiga Unix a bit more on the stream. I will try, we'll build Bash locally if we have to, or GCC, which, you know, might just take many, many hours. But I've learned something about this, because I've always kind of wanted to look at more how this worked in practice. That is really freaking deep magic. Let me just see if I can undefine this and just use the fallback one. Like, gas should be pretty accommodating of the code it accepts. Because one of the things that I sort of have interest in is I have vaguely been curious on how bad it would be to make GCC work on one of the RISC NT ports. Unfortunately, I need a full linker, which means I'd have to put bin utility support in, which is very much not trivial. We're not so much doing AMIX at the moment as we are working on cross-compiling. So now it's dealing with floating point errors, but I think that's this up here that's causing problems. Just humor me. No dot in label. Let's see here. Assembler quirks. Native AT&T compiler. Let's see here. Output case end. Switch. Let's see here. So operator. I mean, this feels wrong because those are 64-bit values, which makes me think that something in the code generator is having a typing issue. And actually that makes a disturbing amount of sense because I'm suddenly seeing a case where that could happen, which would be here. Let me just remove these one by one until we see something that resembles it, because that's definitely not right, because Motorola 680XO was not a 32-bit platform. That didn't really change much. Statement, so operands mismatch. Case end. Yeah, I almost wonder if there's like a alignment issue somewhere. It wouldn't completely surprise me. Let's see here. So let me put this file back to the way it was. Align locals, and let's just toss out align locals because this is what was broken before. And let me see what happens. We are essentially porting GCC to work as a cross-compiler. Although I've got a very questionable linker at the moment. Maybe that was the right thing to do, because I could... No, see, yeah, you see you have all these unknown operator statements. That's how I feel right now. All right, I'm going to put GCC aside. We're just going with Plan B. We're going to natively compile GCC. This is probably a horrible and stupid idea, but we're going to do it because if I can build this natively, I can debug it better. So build native, configure prefix, op GCC3. Enable languages C. Enable obsolete. I have this horrible feeling it's not going to work, but actually we need to also set a host variable. Actually, I'm going to stop screwing around. I'm actually going to install the... I am going to install the version of GCC that's available on tape, if I can. Let's see here, because there is a GCC 2.7. Yeah, because if I open this up, and I can see it here, there's GCC 2.7. So, if I take this CPIO archive, and we just put it there, because I would like to at least get bash, and I don't know, something else. And then, once I have a better idea of what I'm working with, we'll... Actually, I didn't even need to do that. I could just load it in over NFS. Why am I like doing this the hard way? Let's see here, GCC. Okay. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It's proving to be interesting, if nothing else. Which is really all I kind of asked for in a stream. Even though we did kind of get segued there. Like, I'm pretty sure if I spent a few days, I could actually bootstrap a newer compiler for this. Which would be a fascinating learning experience, but I don't know how much it would be for good live content. And I'm going to have to learn more about how gas works to be able to do that, because essentially what I need is a combination of a lot of stuff. And actually, I would want to be able to build that bin utilities locally to test it, to be able to run the bin utilities test code. So there is actually value in doing this, even if the end result is building a cross compiler. CPIO in... Didn't I copy the file here? Oh, I probably didn't put it in the share directory. There we go. GCC, let's see here. Mount Absolution CPIO. Okay. All right. So let's get this out and about. Let's see how bad this is actually going to be to use. The plan was to be NeoFetch, but I ended up taking a cross into looking at how we would build a big newer compiler for this. And then after that 2-hour kerfuggle, all right, does this compiler actually work? Apparently so. Which GCC? All right, so it sees it. So now we need to still build the new make. Because last time we tried to build make, bad things happened. Unfortunately, this GCC is going to be obnoxiously slow, but it is working. I could technically dist-cc this. See, when you have cases where you don't have a bin utilities linker, the ways you can get around this is by using a wrapper script to copy the object files and link on the platform. You could also use an emulation layer to run the original LD. The Super Mario Decompilation actually did that. They built a small emulation layer for AMIX that could run MIPS Pro to build Super Mario 64. We have to make because last time we tried to make seg faulted. Like that was actually a thing that happened because we need a newer grep. Oh no, we already did the newer grep. The thing is that even if we get NeoFetch working, or the newer batch for NeoFetch, if someone wants to make an ASCII checkmark for me, please let me know because we could figure out the rest. Like, when we do, because we're going to have to do some coding to get NeoFetch going. I don't know how much, but I really do need an ASCII checkmark. See how we're doing on. I just want to take a moment while we're waiting. Is how active are we tonight? Chat's being a little bit. Come on, YouTube. YouTube, work with me. Work with me, YouTube. The YouTube is working. Okay. That's not quite what I meant by an ASCII checkmark. I can't easily get to it. Like someone would need to paste bin it and like send it to the mods on Discord so they can post it in chat for me. So, all right. This is compiling. This is going to compile very, very slowly for quite a while, which is why I wanted the cross compiler to begin with. But you know, no, that's a bad idea. Walk away. Dist-cc does not solve problems. It makes problems. This is OpenLuck. This is an emulator. This is not an actual Amiga. I don't have a 3000, which is what we would need for this. Well, it built it, which is a bit surprising, actually. I mean, that actually built a fair bit faster than I thought it would. So, okay. All right, I'll take that. I'm also going to add path. Okay, cool. All right. I guess we're going to try and build Bash. Let's just go for it and see if it actually works. Because if we can build a newer Bash, then we could try and build a newer GCC. I'm just going to try Bash 3.2 because the later ones have compatibility issues, as I have learned. Actually, I didn't quite want to do that. G-unzip Bash. All right. Tar. Tape read error. I think I need a newer tar. I think we're going to build a newer tar. I think that's a thing that's about to happen. Because... yeah, no, that's going to be a thing that happens. That was one of the biggest things that used to drive me up a flippin' wall with HP Unix, because HP Unix does the your tar is old enough. Your tar is almost old enough to get Social Security, and it's drove me crazy every single time I had to do support on HP Unix, because I had to remember to use GTAR. I'll probably just have to compile a copy of the whole folder, which is going to be slow, but whatever. GTAR. Wow, this doesn't even have a recursive option for... fine, we'll compile over NFS. See if I care. It's a Unix system from 1994. I shouldn't be... I should be fair. It wasn't so much having support as just smash my head in repeatedly. Why is it... your RM file seems to be... your RM program is bad. Sorry. And not conforming with the upcoming POSIX standard. I have so much problems with this error message, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, there is the environmental variable except inferior RM program. What is this shit? I'm sorry, I've got to tweet this. This has to be tweeted. You know, I feel like I need to make a Twitter account. Error messages with threatening auras. Good fucking lord. Error messages with... yeah. Yeah, that's a tweet that just became a thing. Okay, let's I don't really want to build core utilities, but if I have to, I will. That is... I have never seen that error before. I don't even... Okay. Ever messages with threatening auras. That even on Next Step, which had one of the most bare bones voodoo. I mean, granted, I am building like the latest version of tar because it just tried to enable C11 features. Oh, that was... Yes, no, it's complaining that RM-F is not accepted on its own. That's probably been a macro in AutoTools for probably like 30 years. Because it says upcoming POSIX standard, which probably means it was added in the days where the Free Software Foundation still had good support for other things. But man, that is just... I mean, I honestly thought I had seen all that. I think that just set a new standard in fucking bizarre error messages. Well, you know the worst part about this is that if I somehow got configure working in the Windows NT PostX environment, it wouldn't throw that error because that is a PostX 1 environment. And I hate the idea that Windows NT could do anything better in its PostX environment than an actual freaking Unix. Like, there is something fundamentally wrong with this, this thing. PostX, not, thank you. -- force is a GNU extension. The problem with this GCC is it's a bit slow. Really hoping it'll compile. It may not. I might have to. The thing is that if I want to do C99 to C89, that Clang tool, I need LLVM. I need to find a way to make that like a network-enabled tool. I don't know. I'm just having a moment with this. I actually did get, for those who didn't see it on the Twitter, I did actually get NT's. I actually managed to build Hello World for the PostX environment, and it's about as voodoo as you would expect. But you could probably do something useful on it if you were so absolutely determined to. I could continue hacking on GCC. I probably should continue hacking on GCC. So yeah, you know, that's not the worst thing to do. So we'll move that over to the side. We'll make this a bit smaller so we can see both at once. Maybe not that small. Alright, so let's continue going back to futzing with GCC. Because now we gotta deal with the fact that I have to keep multiple windows on screen. What is the syntax used for Linux? You know, here, let's use that question. So basically, all the basic stuff comes from here. SVR, elf, yada, yada, yada. And at its heart, that's what that's using. So if we just tried, I don't know, we use this at the top. Because right now, I'm not even trying to get a working compiler. I'm just trying to get far enough in that it could work. Okay. This looks like this all uses Motorola syntax. So a good chunk of this we basically just want to grab and use as is. Like, all these registered names are stuff we want to grab. There's like a lot, like there are parts of this here that handle things like the specification file. And like this defines trampolines and more. So I guess I actually do still need to keep the previous Motorola 680 V4 header, this one. Because this still has a lot of the things we actually need. So now we're properly multitasking. Our lives have gotten much more exciting. So, all right, let's go back to including this, and then go back to this build, and then let this make. How's this coming? This is still configuring. Wow, God, that is. Well, at least the mods are on top of it. The mods are definitely on top of it. I mean, that being said, this kind of makes me want to install AUX at some point and try porting over a more modern compiler, because I'm really starting to get a feel on how it works. And as long as I don't have to deal with a cross-link or cross-assembler, it's definitely in the realm of doable. Like, I could easily see getting like GCC 4.2 working, because the code generator is not that different. Yeah, okay, let me just see if this builds, and then if it doesn't build, we'll come back around. I didn't really realize that for GCC to support different assemblers, it was really just a set of freaking macros. Like, I thought it was a little bit more sophisticated than that. But I guess that's really what it boils down to. Ooh, a check mark. Assuming we manage to build Bash. I'm not promising we will successfully build Bash. Oh, I love that. I love that check mark. I love that check mark. I think it's actually building. I can't tell. I don't think I did a make J8. But that's less errors than it was doing before. So I'm thinking we're on the right track. Like, that's actually starting to feel like we're going the right way here. Because we took the register names, and then is there a part here for the floating point register names? What did it die on? Operator mismatch, CPL 00. So what's it doing this comparison for? This looks like it's doing size comparisons here. So what is it trying to generate that it doesn't like? Yeah, because like this defines all the epilogue prologue stuff for a given platform. So if I was to re-add support for if I was to re-add support, if I wanted to, like, say, add AUX on a quote-unquote newer version of GCC, this is where I would start. Because you would basically define what the assembler can take, and then it would form this type of configuration file. And I knew this on an intellectual level, because I know I've tinkered with this file before, but I've never actually tried to define. I've never really tried anything like this. So if we look at it like this, we're getting an operand mismatch, which is like this .l, which is probably like if we just go to the V4 one. Like, do we have something in here that handles it? So we've got function profiler, comments. Like, do we have something that does like the -L for sizes? Sorta. Let me see here. Is there? Let's try a more simple thing. Config or GCC config comp L. It's probably not what I wanted to look for. But that is what generates that's the code generator right there. So that's here. And then that does define Motorola. So if I undefine Motorola, if we undefine Motorola, which would be, I don't know where I would have to define it, but I'm wondering if that's part of what's causing things to break. Because I'm not certain if GAS actually uses Motorola syntax. Because a lot of this is Motorola syntax stuff, and GAS is rather notorious for, it's rather notorious about that. Like, if I just... Well, hold on. I think Linux was using that. Let me just go back to the Linux target. No, okay, so that is using Linux, but it uses GAS, but... You know, let's... Just to humor me, let me just try playing with the headers. Not convinced this is going to work, but let's try it. This is still configuring, by the way. I mean, like I said, it is a modern configuration script, so... I am trying to get the hardware to do AIX. What blew up? Maybe it just made too hard because it doesn't look like it blew up that time. I've seen that. Yeah, apparently it is. I like the comparison that what's going to finish first? Me building tar, although I did try building a modern tar, which was probably a mistake, but I know that running configure on Bash takes about 10 minutes on a 400 megahertz power PC. I don't even want to think about what it's going to take on an Amiga, because trust me, when we don't have horsepower here, we've got half a horse, and the other one is probably in bankruptcy if it's a Commodore. Sorry, too soon. All right. So, GCC will be built without ACL support. Yes. Yes. Well, that's interesting. We actually got a different build failure that time. Where did we die? CPP defines, which I think probably got changed when we played with the headers. Okay. I'm not expecting to get a working compiler out of this, but I am learning stuff. CPP defines. Yeah, so, okay, so this was here. I must have accidentally took it out of the file. No problem. We can just bring it back. Okay. See, the part that's going to get tricky is... Ooh, what did I break? I broke something. Oh, that's what I broke. This header we don't want. See, the part that's going to get tricky is what's known as the specification file, because we're going to have to deal with how all the little link bits come together. But I am mostly going to be interested to see if we can successfully cross-compile a Hello World, even if I have to do a heck of a lot of hand-holding for it. So, yep, nope, still configuring. I mean, I could probably copy all... You know, there is another way I could do this. We can multitask harder here. If we go to App Solution, we could probably... Let's see here. Yeah, we could just make a new tar file. Yeah, if we just create a tar file from bash root source tar. I don't know why I didn't think of doing this beforehand. Mount absolution source bash 3257 tar xf. There are other ways to do this. CPIO. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. There's a way to do it with CPIO. Is it OVN? All right. Well, we got a bunch of operator mismatches, but I feel like we're learning something. I'm not sure what we've learned yet, but we're learning something. Like, if we look here in the code generator for Motorola 680XO, which would be, what file would that be? That would be this file. Yeah, see, I almost feel like we want to get rid of this Motorola define. I don't know why it's used with used on the Linux target, but I feel like that's the thing that needs to go away. So, okay, fine. I'll just give it what it wants. Alright, so how's this going? So, while that's going, let me repackage tar bash into a format that we can, you know, actually extract on Amiga. I feel like I'm approaching Ascension here. Bash tar. There's a format command, like tar format. Here. There is a way. Yeah, okay, so old archive. Tar create old archive, create bash tar, and then we just need to bring in all bash. So now can we extract that? Are you kidding me? It ran that entire configure script and then got upset because I'm running as root. Yeah, no, it errored out on that, and they now have a new. I mean, to be fair, they. No, I'm not even going to be fair about that. The thing is that you normally have to do a lot of software building either as root or at least in a fake root for things like permissions and such. It's like that is a legitimate real problem we have with Ubuntu. So that's just like a giant FU. Okay. Fine. That's how you want to play it, then that's how we will do it. I probably, like I said, I should remember how to do it. Let me figure out here, CPIO recursive copy. There is a way to do this with the CPIO command. I just have to remember how you do it. I think I need to do like, or you know, we can just try building bash directly, and then if life will be better after we have a working bash. Do I want... No, I think we'll be fine. I know I built bash as root on the other one, so... Alright, it's beginning bash configuration. Let's go back to tinkering with this. So, where were we while that was going on? Did something... No, nothing successfully built. Yeah, no, so it wants this syntax. Yeah, it definitely wants this syntax. Or maybe? So let me go back to looking at how... Yeah, because here's the Linux definition. Because this handles register names, this handles support Sun FPA, begin comment, user label start, local label start, default define, target version, bit fields. Yeah, see, here you get things like aligned outputs. Like, I feel like I just kind of want to copy a large chunk of this file. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. Because we're going to need to be able to set up the link spec. So actually, you know, I'm thinking I'm going to grab more of this file. This is probably not something I should be doing, but let's see here. Because we're never going to do... Let's see here. Hold on. Before we do that, let me go find the this file. This is the one I wanted. Because this is where you define like a lot of stuff like this. And I want to see what they do here, because this has to be defined somewhere. This, oh, and yeah, no, it's still going. It's just being laggy. Because this macro has to be defined for the platform somewhere. Because here's like where you can define GCC for Atari Unix. But apparently it's only unconditionally designed for 3B1, which doesn't seem right. I mean, there's no way. Because 3B1 was like the original platform. Yeah, because 3B1 was the AT&T Unix PC. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's the rest of the display back. So this is still going, that is still going. Let me keep an eye on chat. Yeah, it pitched a fit because I was root. I would need more of an operating system. I'd be better off putting NetBSD on it and then like building CDE on top of that. I think I want to revert this file back to the way it started. And there's a reason I kind of want to do that. Because this is still pretty close to what we actually want. But if we look at Linux, Linux itself uses dbxelf. So we go to dbxelf. Okay, that may be a more generic header file than I thought. Do we have an elf OS? We do not. Do we have a... We do have this one. So this is like the generic... Oh, no, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted the one directly next to it. I wanted this one. Cool. So if I, like, go in here... Because this has to be defined somewhere. So if we look at where we're getting it right now. Like, I couldn't... What happens if I just undefine this one? The one that was breaking us, which was this commas one. And then let's add define Motorola, define use gas. I feel like I'm racing myself. Can I port the compiler faster than that builds? Well, it's building. We're about to start compiling Bash. So, okay, we are making progress. I know that LibreOffice took about a month to build, so, you know, it could be worse. Okay, so Bash is going to start compiling. Don't know how to make shell... Okay, no, that's fine. No need to panic. No need to panic. That's why I built a new make. To build on Motorola 680XO. And that was with very, very fast Amigas. Not Amigas. Ataris. So, realistically speaking, if I really wanted to, I probably could target GCC at platforms like AUX. I don't know what we would... What would use would be a C99 compiler. I mean, we really wouldn't be able to use a C++ compiler, but I'm trying to think what a C99 compiler... Well, how hard is it to get the rest of the STL to build? Okay, so junk lines there. First unrecognized comment is there. So this is back to where we started. So which one was breaking it? I think it was... If I remove you, what happens? I mean, it's building. It's just building very slowly. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's easier just to cross-compile GCC itself. I mean, it's not like I haven't done this before in a previous life. Like, if I ever get a really freaking esoteric platform, it might be what it comes down to. Okay, so that was interesting. That didn't really change anything. So let's try just getting rid of this one. And figuring out which one of these is actually breaking things. Okay. Seems like every time we rebuild GCC, we get one file further in Bash. Because, I never really considered it in that, in these terms. But when you get right down to it, GCC has to have specific support for handling... Oh, no, that one we needed. GCC had to have specific support for handling gas. Because gas itself is a fairly quirky assembler. I mean, if you've ever coded with gas, GNU assembler on Intel, you know how bad it is. I mean, I personally, I've looked at, I've looked at LLVM, and the code is a lot cleaner, but it's still not great. I should, at some point, take a look and see how hard it would be to, like, get LLVM to do stuff. I mean, that's actually getting better. Like, if we go up here like that, that's really all I needed to do. I'm gonna be annoyed. Let's see here. Alright, we're on file variables. And now we start getting new errors about assembler opt mismatches. So FP0D operands mismatch. But this isn't as bad. Well, no, this is about as bad as it was before. So let's go back to here. And let me grab the register names, because we're not using Sun FPA. At least I don't. No, Amiga doesn't have a floating point unit, so yeah. So let's define the register names as such. Well, the fact of the matter is that people literally will super chat and send money to CoFly to watch me suffer, so obviously I'm doing something that amuses them. So what is causing these sizing issues? And now that I think about it, there's a large number of standard things here for data sizes in places. Let's see here. If we it's like type size name, bytes per word. So let's take a look here. Yeah, so these are masks for all the stuff for GCC. That's fine. That's fine. But sites. Let's look more on the Linux thing, because this is really like the one target that super supports GCC. Although I guess HP Unix does. Let me look more at the HP Unix's generic stuff. Because this is like use gas, weekend label, and then this goes to news. Just seeing what other platforms do. Here's the register names. Push pop. Do they do anything special for gas in this one? The answer is no, they do not. So if not defined, use gas, and then if because basically they empty out the whole file, they're not using gas. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That being said, I know a lot of these targets have bit rot. Pretty sure the HP Unix ones got built pretty regularly though. So cross compiler, no bugs. libga. Be compatible with the defines in System H. Okay, target. Used call registers doesn't save FP on that platform. I'm wondering if I just disable like 90% of these targets, if it would run happier. But you still need the sizing variable, which is why I'm confused on why it's getting so unhappy. So immediate prefix, that's all correct. So basically, what I'm looking is how on platforms that support both gas and not gas, and which is the cross compiler assembler, what the real difference is. So, but the thing is, I need to see where the other half of this if statement is. But considering it's the first one in the file, then it's probably near the bottom. So a lot of this you still need if you're still using, if not defined. My brain is turning into mush. Nope, you don't get to check out that easily. So if we go up a file, yeah, nothing special there. Nothing special there. So why are we getting these sizing mismatch errors? What gives? Because looking at this, this is a floating point comparison double. And it's saying that the operands mismatch, which doesn't make sense. Where's the Linux file? Because this is how the registers are defined here. If we are using Sun FPA, we're not supporting Sun FPA. What is it using for register names on HP Unix? I saw this defined here. So this is how it's defining it here, and this has D registers on them. And I believe, oh god, my yeah, so we have the D registers here. Undefined, undefined, output assembly file. Yeah, no, everything there makes sense. So let me see if there's a sizing thing I'm not seeing. Because obviously there's something I'm really not seeing. So if we take a look at here, this is the machine definition file. That's MD, which defines on how the code generator works. I remember having to tinker with this for something. So let's see, because this basically gets built at compile time. And I'm already seeing something here that might explain part of it. I think, yeah, because I'm seeing this target order. What were the opcodes that it was complaining about? It was complaining about, like, these. So, like, find fcomp. Let me undefine this. I'm wondering if that is what is throwing it all off. I am wondering. You know, at least I'm not trying to port a compiler to Itanium, because I don't think my soul could handle that. Okay, we're into libsh. So we are going the right way. I think the goal of this stream is to get NeoFetch working, while also trying to build a newer compiler for Amiga Unix, because I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, but so be it. So be it. I'm just imagining the idea of running C 2011 code and such. Well, I'm built this assembler, so this isn't the system assembler. There are other ways we could solve this problem. I'm just surprised. I would have thought that when building a cross compiler, it would have been less pedantic's not the word I want to use here. It would have been more mentally flexible. I didn't think it was that hard-coded in places. So we are at read line, so we're about 50% of the way through the bash build, and that's actually really promising, because now we're down to 1 error, and I know where that code is. That may have actually been I think we can just... I wonder if we can just undefine these. Yeah, so we have this stir comp here. Like, I recognize this error. We've seen this before. Yeah, that. I'm going to just step away from the keyboard for a moment, but I'm going to leave this for you guys to watch while it compiles. I'll be right back. So what's going to finish first? The next GCC build failure or Bash? No, I'm definitely starting to feel like we're getting somewhere here. I don't know if that's misplaced optimism, but I definitely feel like I understand GCC a lot better. Well, that's a new error. That actually... Well, that's different. I wonder if we can just jettison these functions. Like, do we actually need these? Like, that actually tried to build libgcca, and that almost succeeded, it looks like. Which makes me think we're getting somewhere. Huh. Okay. I'm starting to dig it. Not gonna lie, call me a shovel, I'm digging it. I know I've heard that somewhere before. Okay. So, Bash is still building. I feel like we're doing racing compiles. In the right-hand corner, why do we have a buffer overflow in AR? You know, somehow I feel like this actually isn't a Bash issue. I actually think there's a buffer overflow in freaking AR. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Let me see if we can get... Because SGS, I think that must have been like the official Sun compiler doohickey. So maybe we can just... I don't know. Boink. Gone. It's not like we're trying to... and we can also get rid of this. Yeah, now it's stuck in... So it actually did, like, build all of GCC, and then it's now getting stuck in a buffer overflow with AR, but I don't know what that means. It's doing this stupid thing. All right, I gotta do a make clean. Did I break the build environment? I probably broke the build environment. I did break the build environment. This is fine. Libelf error. Output file space. It Bash is too big. Guys, are you seeing this? We're not out of disk space, are we? No, we're not out of disk space. It's... Is that really a freaking linker failure? Like, okay, so we can't just yoink out that macro. Apparently, we do need this for stuff. I wonder if there's like a gas version of this macro, though. Wonder if we just... Oh, I don't know. Do something like... Yeah, wow. This is starting to get recursively deep. Memory error, output space. I think it's too big to link. It probably needs more than 16 megabytes of space. Although we have a swap partition. Well, I might be able to make it thinner. Let me try stripping all the symbols. Sometimes that will do it. I hate doing that, but sometimes it will make the difference. No, apparently that just broke everything. Or there's something wrong with the compiler. I mean, it is possible. Yeah, I think I just broke it worse. Damn it, I'm going to have to rerun configure here. We could run pfetch, though. Symbols are information used to help debug stuff. Okay, I guess I don't need to rerun configure. We don't have a free command. That's the problem. There is no free. If we want to run neofetch, we're going to have to cross-compile it. We could run pfetch, though, or I think we could run pfetch, which is like a much thinner version of neofetch. So, yeah, we'll try getting pfetch going. You know, let's find a victory for the stream. It might be more indigestion than actual victory, but I'll take what I can get. Okay, so while that's running, today has been an interesting day. Syntax error. I love the feeling. This is supposed to work on any POSIX compliant shell, which obviously we don't have. All right, let's see here. Let me see if we should have K. Do we? Yeah, we do. That did absolutely nothing. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, let's see. Let's take a slight break from the everything, because if I keep looking at that, my brain is going to leak out of my skull, and that, as they say, is that. So if we do log, I think, let's see here. So pfetch main. Okay, so it is. All right, so okay, it's dash D we need to do. So let's see if we can get pfetch to run, which, you know, is at least closer, while we try and figure out the rest. I think I'm gonna have to do like a dash X on this, because I don't have any idea what the code is trying to run. And I really hope dash X is supported. No, it's not. Of course it's not. Why would it be supported at all? Why would anything be supported? See, I don't even know what code it's trying to run, which makes this all the worse. Like, if I just try running pfetch by itself, I get to main, which brings me here. That brings me there. So it means we gotta somewhere be here, I guess. Generic color list. Okay, so get OS. Alright, so how does it get this case field? I guess in... So where is uname called from? Turn the host string on, forward host equals host word. Like, where does it get this field? OS equals... I don't think it's getting it anywhere. I think it's coming out of the void. So here's get host. I've got this horrible feeling I'm going to have to do a lot of patching to get this to work. 16 AMIX can only use up to 16. I've got a swap partition on it, but I don't think that's going to really help. I mean, I could try making a bigger swap partition, but I don't know what else I could do. We might have to I mean, it really just shows you how quirky these old Unixes really were at times. But, alright, so while that rebuilds, because I have a few ideas on how we can approach this, let's go back to this. I'm feeling a bit of inspiration. Not much, but some. I mean, I wonder if that is... Let's see here. I mean, that could just be a... actual buffer overflow in libtool, or AR. So let's see how far this gets. Let me see if I can disable that stack check. Because I think I could just set... Yeah. I think we need to just... Let's try disabling the stack protector on bin utilities. Because that could be a legitimate bin utilities bug. Like, this is all stuff I would need to debug if I wanted to do this at all properly. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to take this. We want to add a new flag. Oh. It helps when you copy and paste in the right flag. So, before the era of stack smash detection, it wasn't uncommon for a lot of software to have buffer overflows that didn't actually affect anything. So I'm sort of wondering if that's what's going on here. I'm not convinced that that's the problem, but let's just see what happens if we get rid of the stack smash. NeoFetch needs bash 3.2 or later. Hold on. Dash D 02. Alright, so while that goes, this is still compiling. It probably, given this is a 983, that's probably the original Corn Shell 83 release, not the later 93, which is a little less stupid. I could probably get the 93 release to build, which would help. But I'm going to have to add a bunch of code to pfetch to make it work. Because it's not even like doing proper platform detection. It really is... I closed the window, didn't I? Like, let's go here and see what we've got. So we got Linux, Darwin, IRIX. So let's go back down to main. So we end up here. Because this... let's see if we can get KDH here. Because if we can get KSH93 to build... that would be an improvement, sort of. And there's no reason why it shouldn't build. Let me see if I can figure this out. How do I build it? Bin package make. All right, well, that's easy enough. So let's grab it out of Git and see if we can build it. Because this is old enough that it should build without issue, but new enough that it should be considerably less stupid. Let's see here. That's an interesting... Can't escape... Wow, that's... Oh, wait. There's a copy of Bash 2.0 pre-compiled for AMIX. It's not new enough to run NeoFetch, but I just remember that it exists. So, let's grab it and install it. Wow, there's actually a 3.0. It's probably the last one that could be built. Actually, no, let's... Hold on. AMIX bash... Alright, what was I doing? So, if we can't build with that, we could try using the newer bash we have. It's less broken? Question mark? Let's see here. Mount app solution source bash 3.00 CPIO. Mount, absolution, source, 3.0, CPO. Oh, helps if I have the bash part. You ever get that feeling, you know, things... Oh, because it's in the wrong directory. That explains it. Alright. Well, we've got Bash 3.0, which is still not new enough to run NeoFetch, but it should be considerably less stupid. Yeah. Oh, look, I could actually use my arrow keys for something. Like, I don't... Part of the joy, quote-unquote, of this was to try and work with obsolete tools, but sometimes you just really want to build off someone else's work because it's way too annoying otherwise. So we run pfetch on this. There we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Unix System 5 is not currently supported. Open an issue. Finally, we have a shell. I'm pretty sure if I run NeoFetch, it will blow up, but just for the sake of, you know, shits and giggles, let me grab NeoFetch. I should have a copy of NeoFetch in... I would have it in the AIX server folder. Alright. Just, like I said, just for the sake of... hilarity, I should get rid of that app solutions folder. And since we're mostly working in here, I'm going to just make this full screen again. Let's see here. Just what happens when we run NeoFetch. Yeah, so you get a bunch of errors because it's just not good enough to do it. But we could add support to pfetch and make it work. So, you know what? Let's do that. Let's just end this on a high note. I want a victory, so I will take it. So let's go to the retro folder. Amiga. Let's see here. Share. Not NeoFetch. That was not what I wanted. So let me find where it says supported. You know, I realized I was also doing another thing. Alright, so here's where this ends. So this is where I guess it picks the distribution flag or something. Using the Amiga checkmark here is probably not the right thing to do because this is going to get the wrong answer. But I also really just want to see that blasted checkmark. So if I add... If we just add it, like right here at the bottom. Unix System 5. Read ASCII to EOF. Alright, now let me grab the check mark that was sent to me. Where was that? There's someone, I know someone sent it to me. I just have to find it. Here it is. So here's, let me grab the raw. So this was the check mark that was sent to me. It's a little bit bigger than I wanted, but we'll roll with it. So let's get rid of all the dots and replace them with spaces. Okay, cool. Get rid of that. Get rid of these trailing lines. And then it's a bit big. You know, just a little bit. Maybe if we just like cut out the inner one, it might be small enough. I should have given better dimensions before asking for an ASCII check mark. Okay, there's a smaller one. All right, let's try a smaller one. Okay. It's not that much smaller. Like, this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Say 10 by 20. If we can get one that small, it'd be nice. Let's see here. So I'm just gonna put a placeholder in. We'll just use like this W until I can figure out, because we're still gonna have to do more than that. So we have this EOF, read ASCII, EOF. Why is this still all broken? Like, you should not be still broken. Excuse me. Right, so if we go back here, what was it saying that? Syntax error 350. We have this EOF here. What am I doing wrong? Weird copy paste thing. All right. So there's the well, okay. That was way easier than it needed to be. All right, so let me see if I can make a V. While I think if I just, I'm just gonna try my best. Like, was that really all I had to do? Like, that is a bit anticlimactic. I mean, I know it happens, but still. Like, if we trim this down like that, how does that look? It needs to be a little bit more wavier, but that actually isn't bad. Okay, I'm getting behind that. Let's if we make this one a bit lower. Apparently this has become ASCII art with NCommander time. God knows I have about as much like when it comes to like drawing and stuff, I've got like nothing. Okay, I would say that's a decent approximation of the Commodore check in really tiny font. I don't think there's an easy way to determine if this is like, let's see here. We need to determine if this is Amiga Unix. Determine if this is Amiga Unix. And we can do that by checking if, say, actually, it would be one of the host flags would do it. It'd be like S. No, it wouldn't be S. N. You name R. V. You name M. You name M. Alright, so, alright. So apparently uname M does not do what you expect it to do here, because if you see, that's... Okay, so disable line wrapping. Because yeah, we don't have a standard uname. If we do uname S or M, you get the wrong answers. Because you see, you get it in this order, but if you try it on, say, Linux, I get it. Okay, you know, I guess that sort of works, but I mean, -R, it's still wrong. Because what you're supposed to get what it wants, it would be, what are the options? So P is Motorola 680XO. Uname M. I don't even think it would be M, because that would just get Unix System 5. I really want the Amiga part. But still not right. Hold on. Let's figure this out. So if I would be PMR. Oh, that's annoying. It doesn't actually change. Okay. So on Unix System 5, we get a semi-nonsensical answer. So I'm not going to submit this for being upstreamed, because this isn't a POSIX compliant platform. I mean, if the author is like watching and wants me to do it, I'll send it in. But how do I do string comparisons in Bash? It's been a while. Because I need to do an if. I guess I could do a case. Because God knows I'm definitely, my brain has started to check out at this point. I've looked too deep into GCC and it has looked back. Alright, so if I want to do a case, it's case in Unix System 5. Echo here. And then end the case. Let me see if that does anything. I don't think that did anything. Let me see here. Echo OS. Oh, it's probably redirecting pipes. Let me just do an exit 1, because that will tell me if it's saying, yeah, okay, it is saying that code. So cool. If we're hitting here, then we need to get, so the OS then would be in mean, strictly speaking, it's not super wrong what it is. It's not great, but it's not wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I didn't have VS Code up. Yeah, I think we're going to call the stream soon. I'm getting pretty tired. But I want to at least get it a little bit more correct. So let me find a grep, because I want to just be consistent. Like, this is not even using grep. Right, because it's written in pure bash or pure shell, I should say. So if that's the case, then read in things differently. So I mean, it's not neofetch, but it's close enough to make me happy. So read our OS EOF, and then that would be uname what was that? Uname M? Yeah, it'll be uname M. Like that. EOF. So now, yeah, so now it complains that it's Amiga Unlimited. Amiga. So you need to become Amiga, colon, like that. Why don't you like that? You should be okay with that. Support is not currently added. Oh, extra end bracket? Oh, yeah, extra end bracket. Yep, okay. Alright, there we go. So now we have that added there. Let's go back to Unix System 5. Well, we don't have bash. I just installed an old binary of one, and I'm doing pfetch instead of neofetch. Because at this point, it's kind of a lost cause. So, okay, so read. Alright, so kernel arch. So arch would be what? We figured that one to be, that's release. Name is the host. System 5. There we go, P. Actually, now that I think about it, we could do... I kind of think I just want to read... We could read them in all at once. We just have to read them in the right order. So, P or M, P, S? Yeah, that actually works. Or actually, no, because it would need to be one line lower. It needs to be dash V would be the version. And I'm okay with it reporting System V UNIX for the kernel. I think that's actually fine. So that would be M. Let's see here. SMP. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So OS kernel arch SMP. Oh, gotta switch those around. Okay. Mostly it's not exactly what I was trying to go for, but close. Yeah, I like that. Amiga System 5. I just don't know how it got that. Host is... It probably read an extra field in somewhere. Because if we do Amiga SMP, we get that. So let's just do what we were going to do. So this gets kernel, which is M, read our arch, EOF, uname /P. Okay, and then these flags are going to be the death of me. Because that one's M. There we go. Unexpected end of file. What did I goof up? Why is that? What am I missing? I've got EOF, but it's syntax highlighting wrong, which tells me I did something wrong. Oh, this space. Okay, so... And then we just need... Actually, that would be OS. Host. You know, that ain't horrible. I don't know where it's getting the 4.0 from. Oh, that's where it's getting the 4.0 from. Like, just... Okay, so kernel. And then... read kernel. You know what? I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. OS Amiga Unlimited System V UNIX. I mean, I could try and identify it as AMIX. But I think actually no, we can add another case statement. Right, we could add another case statement past this. Reformat OS field to look better. Actually, hold on. There's probably a place in the code that already does this. Because I know some platforms have, shall we say, really stupid code in this regard. But let's figure out uptime first. So uptime, how are we going to get uptime? Here, I think we can just run uptime. Like, is that, yeah, that should just be a command. Let's see here, uptime. Apparently, there's surprisingly no easy way to get uptime here. You'd think it would use the command, but it doesn't. I don't think I can ask for uptime in like seconds. Or maybe we can, because we're using like e-time. No, I didn't think that was going to be that easy. I don't think we're going to be able to easily get uptime with this, because here. Grep, it would be, what is it? Awk print. Colon. Well, not quite, but. And I'd like to get rid of that comma, but I don't... Okay. Yeah, the Amiga's been up for a long time because we set the clock. Okay. So, I think with Amiga, we just are going to read the output of... here. So T equals time I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work, but... because it really... this code all wants it in seconds, and we can't easily get it on seconds on Amiga, so I'm just going to leave that one unimplemented. And I don't think we can even get memory. Bash. But I think I'm actually happy calling that good, even though it's still pretty incomplete, because there's a lot of functionalities just not there. But we did a thing. It wasn't exactly the thing I was intending to do, but it is the thing. So, honestly, it's 8 p.m. here. It's because that's what pfetch expects. I think I'm going to wrap it up here, unless folks can think of anything else to do. Because we can get information about the system. It's not perfect, but I'd have to fiddle with it a lot more, and we've done a lot of work on this, and we've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm really hungry, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. It doesn't have proc. I don't think it has proc. Well, it has proc, it just doesn't have proc in a useful way. And we don't have X11R6, we only have X11R5. But I am going to put this up on Twitter. Because honestly, that is a thing of beauty. It was a lot harder getting there than I was expecting, but also kind of fun in its own way. So, pfetch mostly working. So, let's drop this. That goes there, and then I'll drop a link in the chat, and then yep, the images are up. I'm not. This is relatively easy to install. If you look for Commodore UNIX, you'll be able to find it. I didn't really successfully build anything. This was more pain for the sake of pain. But yeah, I think all in all, yeah, it's Commander Sweeper. It's just been sort of been a kind of an up and down time, and definitely thinking food is the way to go. Folks are kind of going offline. I personally am tired, so with that said, let me face the camera. I'm going to give my proper sign off. Okay. As always, this is your host NCommander. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this content, consider supporting me on Patreon or buying me a coffee with the links below. With any luck, AIX Doom will be done being edited this coming week. I have all the sections done except for the conclusion, and beyond that, well, I'm not sure what else beyond that besides watching me go mad and probably having an entire Let's Play of going through the whole game. But I'm going to be really happy to take that off my shelf, my work desk, and be able to have anything else there. So, yeah, on that note, this is NCommander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant evening.